I do think that starter music, even years from now, I think I'm gonna have to keep. It's one of my favorites. It's just like the bum bum da 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 bum bum. I like it. And hi Dark, welcome. I can actually say it instead of type it, but welcome. Let me go ahead and start the timer. Bum bum. Okay. We're all good to go. So how are you doing? How's everyone else doing on this lovely Saturday? I'm excited, I'm hyped, I'm ready for it all. And I'll be happy when I can that's the thing, right? It's the thing of enjoying the process, but then being sad when it's over. So it's, I don't know, it's gotta be so bittersweet when the game's all done and dusted and I can look back on the game being done and everything. Right now, it's stressful just because it's development. You gotta make sure you're moving fast so you're not taking your time's fine and all, but making sure you're going through with the project and everything. And you got Saturday 9 a.m. 4-hour math class. Ooh. What are you doing with the Saturday math class? Hold on. That sounds awful. Huh? I bet. Okay, well, what type of math is it? That's very important. I never liked, math's one of my favorites, so is science, but it depends on the type. For example, I think I'm not really a fan of trigonometry. I'm not really a fan of extra advanced math. I like my log. Ooh. Okay, yeah. I feel that pain. I remember having to do certain log ones for college and figuring out how long a program would take to run and the most efficient time, what type of algorithms. Big numbers indeed, and not fun at all. I'm glad I'm not doing it anymore. I liked it for the idea, but I didn't like it in the fact of having to do the math. I like math as an idea, but in practice, not so much. So I do wish you luck on that math classes. That does sound painful. I do agree. Yeah. My least favorite overall, subject-wise, is English, which is again funny since I like writing, but English itself, it's never fun. It's always fun when you do it yourself. It's a thing with history as well. I think a lot of people don't like history for that reason. Well, where they'll find history fun if told in the right way. For example, watching a musical like Hamilton is really fun learning history. Yeah, I like doing the research in history. Yeah, but then you have to actually take the test for it, and it's not as fun anymore. Not as cool. And it's the thing of, I definitely think it comes down to the way things are taught and the way things are learned and the way of keeping people engaged. And that's one of the reasons I want to get better at streaming game dev and get better at just doing it. So people who are interested in it have fun with learning it. So they want to do it instead of it seeming boring and dreary and I don't want to go through all that just to make a game. So I want to make it fun because you like learning, you like the information, it's interesting. Yeah, the information is cool, but it's a matter of consuming it and getting that information across. And I definitely had some really fun teachers, but other times not so much. So I had some teachers you could really feel a passion for the art that they were doing. For example, with history, we used to have to take, geography quizzes, and it was Jeopardy. It was super fun trying to figure out, okay, this is Jeopardy. So it was made into a game. And for me, at least, the easiest way I learn is when things are made into a game. Hence the career choice. As long as things are transformed into games, I'm having fun. Even for example, I'm right now learning Japanese. So right now I have lots of games pulled up for learning languages. Just because for me, learning is best done through games. And with game dev at least, getting to make my game, I'm also learning how to make games. So it's the perfect hand in hand, I've realized. It's the right career for me, so to speak. Let me get some coffee. Yep. Some professors are passionate and... Oh, my coffee. Oh no. Oh, well, that just stayed. Oh boy, I don't think I have a thing either. Well, coffee stains can come out, can't they? Let's see. Some professors are passionate and some come in just because they need to. Yeah, that's the thing. I think a lot of professors start off with passion and some lose the passion. I don't think you spend 4 years going into education just to not be passionate about it, but I think a lot of people, once that 4 years, or is it 8 years, depending on the degree, once that college time is up and you actually get to learning or teaching, you kind of lose that passion. But I think a lot of people are bright-eyed and open at the beginning, and then their spirits just get crushed, which is really unfortunate. And what sort of coffee are you having? Today I'm trying something different, and it is a mistake I will never make again. It is... That's the thing as well. I don't like to add too much sugar to my coffee and cream. This certain flavor, I don't like it. It's a basic coffee, but I did a different type of brewing this time around, and I don't like it. So I won't be doing that again. It's just about over, which is good. It tastes bitter, and I'm realizing, is it a me thing? Do I need to add more sugar in the future? But I want to make sure I'm not constantly increasing my sugar increase. I don't need more sugar. I'm good on that department. Yeah, bitter. It has a hint of bitter. Oops. I've been trying to make sure I don't do too much sugar, so I've been able to take a little bit of bitterness, but you won't catch me drinking black coffee, that's for sure. I need a little bit of cream in my life. Yeah, you like the fruity taste of coffee. That's usually more compared to light coffee. I can get into the flavors and the flavor profiles and mixtures, but yeah, I like fruity light coffee. Bitter's okay, depending on the bitterness. Just gotta be a little bit of bitters, depending on the phrase. With that said, though, today's plans are, I'm hoping it's gonna be fun. The hope is that today, tomorrow, and the rest of this week, the end of the week, we should have the prototype out, fingers crossed, and then from there, we'll be able to flesh out the game, add cool stuff with animations, add more ideas, and going forward, push the game out to actually be something. Right now, it's just a few concepts tossed together. So today we're going to add in the antagonist I've completely forgot about when making my plans, which is the ghost. Hence, it is a Necrotype Cafe. I want to add some more haunted and spooky elements. So we're going to try to add some ghosts, and we'll do banishment, temple changes, rewards. I'm not sure if we'll get through all that today, but I'll explain as we go what all of those mean to those who are watching and who haven't seen what this is before. That said, though, let's get right into things as we have a lot to do, a lot on our plate. So give me a second and I will be right back. Gotta go do a wardrobe change. Not again! Is there more double chat? I'm not saying it here, but fixed, I see. It's always one screen that acts up a little funny. That's okay. I'll fix that. Actually, you know what? Let me do it now before I forget. There. No more double chat on that screen. Wonderful. Okay, where were we? Yeah, on the be back soon. Got ya. Thank you for letting me know as well. Alrighty, so let's see. It seems you seem to be at a elevator at this time of day, be it rush hour or something else, you know. Hi, you know, we're in a business building. I'm in my business suit, so you know what? Let's talk some business, why don't we? I'd like to spend 1 minute of your precious time talking about a game I am currently in the midst of developing called, what was it this like? Yeah, Necrotype Cafe. Welcome to my elevator pitch. It is a section I do at the beginning of my stream where I spend business. Where I spend 1 minute attempting to describe the game to you, pitch it to you, in an attempt to both A, describe it to people who may have not seen this stream before and who are just coming in, and B, get better at explaining what the game is. So it's a 2-for-1 deal. Isn't that great? So that said, I will put the timer on for 1 minute, and hopefully in that 1 minute, I can describe everything. Okay. Business time. Business draft. Where are my business cards I can read off of? Not actually, but you know. I gotta get in the business mood. Alright. Let's see. Ahem. And start. Welcome to Necrotype Cafe, a game where you play as necromancer Gabriella, who goes to an esteemed, prestigious wizard academy college, and wherein you have to learn magic and spellcasting, But the thing is, she doesn't want to become a necromancer. She wants to become a baker. So she decides to go to an abandoned part of the school to create a cafe, as her real true dream is baking. So she decides to create a cafe where other students can come and eat food, delicious treats of her cafe, and hopefully in a month of the game, you will be able to show your family, you know what, I can do this. It is a restaurant sim while also being a typing game, typing rhythm game, so to speak, where instead of, well, to make the food, you have to type out spells and cast spells and poetry, as that is the magic of the game. So the idea behind it is a restaurant sim mixed with typing and rhythm typing, where you have to type to the beat to create food, which you serve to people and they eat, and it is fun, hopefully. And I don't think, you know, the goal is to get better at these pitches, but I in a way, I feel like I'm getting worse. And in fact, maybe next time I really should have pitched no cards. I think that'd be easier to keep everything in mind. When I try to do the pitch, I try to make sure I go over mechanics, go over the setting, go over the themes, and I kind of did it, but I'm not too sure. This one definitely, out of all the takes I've done, I feel like things could be a little bit tweaked. But that's what this section is, an attempt to A, get better and tweak, and B, hopefully hopefully entice you into playing the game once it's released. But that said, though, it was pretty good. Thank you. Thank you indeed, I attempt. And as long as I'm attempting, I'm counting it for something. With that said, though, let me go ahead and, where are we at? Get rid of this suit, since it's not business time anymore. Grab Bobby, since Bobby is business. You know, he's a very business-focused, centered octopus. And with that, let's get in over. You got all you needed to know? Good, that's good. I try to make sure I exactly, Bobby's back. He had to take a smidge of a vacation, but he's back, he's here, and he's ready for more. Alrighty, so let me go ahead and pull up the game to make things a little bit nice and helpful and hopefully explaining. And let's go to where are we at? No, this page right here. Da-da. And this music is so loud. Hold on, let me mute this. I'm going to raise it here and then lower it in my ear so I can actually hear what's going on. As you can tell, there's some beats, some music, some rhythm. And over the past few months, we've been slowly working on the prototype. We started, I believe, at the end of August. The goal is to complete the game by the end of the year. So the hope is to get this prototype out so we can actually start fleshing the game out. And, oh, hold on, I didn't even realize. To those who have viewed in the past, the cafe might look a little different than it has in the past. It looks a little different, and that is because the setting has been changed. Instead of a basement, an abandoned basement, I'm going to do a lecture hall, as I'm hoping the seating arrangements make it a little bit easier to see animations and see things play out on screen. I hope that audio it seems to be just about right. Well, I'll show you now what the game currently is, so you can kind of get a taste for what's going on, as I've been attempting to speed run the development since last week. So here is the cafe quote-unquote portion. The idea is that you're making something out of nothing. So you're taking an abandoned spot in the academy and you're making it into a cafe. And this is more to show off some sort of lecture hall. And that is what these areas are. So these are your desks that you can sit behind. So customers will come in, sit behind the desk and order their food. And then over here is going to be some sort of broom closet where you can actually cast the food. And then the food appears here. And then back here is your mini game where you can actually, and let me make this a little bit big. Oh, hold on. That's not scaled like that. And then let me go ahead and move myself in front of here if I can. Like this. Wonderful. Now it's a little bit bigger, hopefully. Here is the mini game rhythm typing portion of the game. So it's a mixture of playing a restaurant sim with serving customers and rhythm typing by playing this mini game. Right now things are still very rough. It is a prototype. That's the point. Prototypes are supposed to be quick and fast to get a concept across, and then you can kind of flesh out what things are. So let me show you what I've been working on. You can kind of see a little bit of switch back and forth. Now, when I click spawn here, it spawns in a customer. Would you look at that? So this customer is currently in waiting mode. We now have a way to see what they're doing and what they're thinking. Halloween game? No, it is a It's a Gothic. She's a goth, a necromancer. So it's got that Halloween-y themes. And welcome to stream, GD Bringer. Welcome indeed. But no, it's not I mean, when you're goth, you kind of are in Halloween mode 24/7, aren't you? In a way. You can see on here they have the number of the customer, so that aligns there, tell you which one is who. And it also has a timer. And when we go up to the customer, we can seat the customer. So I'll go ahead and click E, which seats them. And you can see they're walking up to their seat. I got the collision working on rehashing the old one. So R is reading. We'll have an animation for reading. And now they're ready for their order to be picked. So I can go up to them and say, you know what is your order? And they tell me. And now we have icons to tell what their order is. Of course, it's not aligned properly, but it's just to get the point across of how the orders will look. So for example, this is sweet bitter cake. That is the icons. So we can go all the way back over here once we have their order. And this is where the minigame comes into play. Once the game is more fleshed out, we can have more flavors. For now, the game comes as flavor A, flavor B, plus the product. So in the future, we can have a bitter cake or a sweet bitter coffee, things like that. So let's see, it was sweet bitter, wasn't it? Yes, sweet bitter cake, as that is the cake symbol. So we can go ahead and click here, sweet. We can go here, click bitter, and it will be a cake. And the songs will be able to be changed depending on the food. For example, we can have this one you can type to, or this one. The player won't be able to choose the song. It'll depend on the flavor, but this is just for testing to show it can be chosen. And so I'll go ahead and click generate, and this is a spell. So the hope is that you have to type to the beat. For example, let's see if I can do it. THASPRINKLEHFROM! Exclamation. There we go. Which finishes the game. And it gives you a score and everything right now. I'm not sure where to put that in the menu-wise, but look at that! We have our food. And I can pick it up, and I can bring it over to the customer. The customer still has time on their hands. I can give the customer their food, serve them up their food, and hi giraffe, welcome to stream. And now that they've eaten, they're ready for their menu, or not their menu, they're ready for the receipt, and they're served. And you might be thinking to yourself, how are you doing today? I'm doing wonderful. I'm super excited. And we're reaching the end of the prototype. So I'm excited. It's coming into fruition, everything that we've been working on these past few weeks. So it's great. And I'll show you as well what happens when you do things incorrectly. So for example, this is bitter cake. So let's try giving him a sweet bitter cookie. How about that? So let's see, sweet bitter, not cake, cookie, generate. Oh, hold on. It crashed because I don't have that flavor currently available. That's not a game issue, that's I don't have all the answers to the current game. Hold on. That's awesome. Yes, it is. I hope you're doing well as well. Giraffe, I hope so. Hey, thank you for coming to these past streams as well. But hold on, let me reopen it. The only reason it crashed was because I didn't have that flavor on hand. Right now, at least, I have a spreadsheet of flavors and mixtures. I just didn't have that one on hand. Let's try it again with one I know we have, which is sweet cookie. So sweet cookie. Let's get a customer again. Give that another go so I can show you how it works. So the customer gets seated, and okay, music seems fine. Good. Now they're ready for their order. Let's go pick them up. Bitter cake. Okay, we can do that. So let's go back over here, and we have sweet cookie. I should have that one here. Yeah. I'll go ahead and type it. I can type it incorrectly. That's where the rhythm part comes in. So for example, if I go M-I-I-K-E, because you have to type to the rhythm. That's the hope. So let's see. Comma A-R-I-N-G, comma N-O-L-E, comma F-R-I-N-G, exclamation. Now it's a cake. It is a cookie, but right now this is just a placeholder. And since this is the incorrect food, as this is bitter, when I try to serve it to them, they won't take it. Right, I'm pressing the button, and if I show you down here as well, it says wrong order. That's all working correctly. We're moving in the right direction. And when you have the wrong food order, or for whatever reason, you can come up to this conveniently placed red box, which will be some sort of trash can or something, and get rid of it. And it lets you go again. So that is the current progress of the game. Let me go ahead and close it, like so. And that is that. So now what we want to add to the game are some ghosts who will kind of shake things up in the way you play. While our character, the Red Void, exactly, it's right now it's just empty, which is great. It's an empty canvas we can paint onto. So the hope of today's stream is to add some enemies, as that is the game loop, being served, having to make, having to type. The hope of the ghost is that they'll be able to kind of shake up the gameplay and force you to do new things. Your character is a necromancer, however, she's a wonderful necromancer, but she's terrified of ghosts. So the idea is it's hopefully a little bit ironic in that she's so good, but nah, ghost, oh boy. So the idea is that you'll have to banish these ghosts while you're also serving customers. So you'll have to juggle the two. And if we go into here in our concepts, you can see this is what the old cafe looks like down here. This was the game screen. Initially it was here, and let me turn on my tablet so I can write a little bit quicker and easier. Waiting for it to connect. It always shuts off at the worst moments. So here we are. This was the cafe, and it was in a basement. These were just placeholder areas, and here was where you had the customer order. Now the cafe has been transformed into a lecture hall, so it looks more like this. This is going to be changed up here, but now the customers will sit here instead to hopefully make the space bigger and a little bit easier to see. For example, the customers were initially facing this way when they sat down, so they sat here to order and everything. But now all the customers face towards you when they're ordering, which should make everything easier to see and also hopefully add a little bit more visuals so you can see the food on display. I hope to add a lot of fun foods depending on the combinations you go for. So I want to have a different sprite for bitter cake and a different sprite for sweet bitter cake. So I want to do a lot of flavor stuff, and I'm hoping this setup will make it easier to do a lot of flavor stuff. Along with those changes, we now have this area over here. It's mainly stayed the same. You can kind of see the box. Here is the side panel that was, and then up here, let me grab my pen again. Up here was the customer menu place, and I liked it, but I think we can do better. These were the initial ideas. So for example, this was the screen, and this was the customer's orders, and then you would just come to this side, and you would see the customer orders here, and then you would be able to choose and select what you want on this side. Now, it's here, and this won't be here. This is just background, but for right now, that's where the customer orders are going. And then when you go over here, you can see there's no customer orders currently, and that is what I hope to do tomorrow. I want to add a spellbook that you can open at the bottom of your screen, something like this, that will have the orders on here instead. So it'll be like a toggle you can pull up and down. If you've seen, I might have been a little bit inspired, but if you've seen FNAF, it's kind of like that now, where you'll have to toggle the thing up and down to look. So it'll make you look like you're checking your notes every time you look down. And then when we go over here as well, when you go into spellcasting mode, you'll also have that screen down here or up here, I'm not too sure yet, where you'll be able to see typing and select everything. So these menus are just here temporarily. Hopefully we can figure that out tomorrow. Today is all about Ghost. And Ghost, the point of Ghost, and let me zoom out a little bit. As my previous files got corrupted, I don't know how, so we're kind of working a little bit from scratch. But the point of Ghost, as I said at the beginning of the stream and planning, and let me go ahead and write this out as well. Ghost, G-H-O-S-T-S. The point of Ghost, and let me grab my, hold on, which button is it? The buttons aren't working anymore, oh no. All right, so the point of Ghost, and hi Ferris, welcome to stream. Welcome. So the point of Ghost, if I can bring you back to this screen very quickly, as I also do have to write all of this down. The point of Ghost is to be able to banish them. Let me write that down. Banish. We also want to be able to tempo change. Tempo change. A-N-G-E. Tempo change. And we also want to offer rewards. Rewards, which kind of go hand in hand with banishment, but we'll see. The rewards. A-R-D-S. Like that. And oh, thank you, RGB Queen Pin, for the follow. I hope I said that right, but welcome to stream as well. Okay, so with those three things, we'll go back over here. Step 1 is going to be adding the ghosts to the game. Step 2 is then going to making them function. The way I want ghosts to work, if we go back to our pseudo screen here, I want ghosts to the reason this area is abandoned is because there's ghosts haunting the place. Since she's the only one that can handle the ghost, that's why she's here, since people don't want to go here. So that's why her secret's not getting found out. So I want ghosts to spawn in this area, affect the game the way the game's played. So then you have to bring the ghost over to here, where you'll be able to banish them. And I'm not sure how I want the banishment area to look, but for right now, I just want the ghost to be in this area. So if ghosts are in this area, you can do the minigame, and then the ghost will disappear, and then you'll get the reward. And I want ghost. You see, you hit 800 subscribers. That's really nice. It is. And thank you, Didi. Yeah, it's lovely. Everything's moving fast, but I'm hoping we can so in a sense, kind of like Pac-Man. Exactly, yeah. Well, Pac-Man, you don't lure the ghosts, but the ghosts do chase you. The thing with this game is that ghosts aren't bad. They're nice. They're very nice people, but she's just afraid of them. It's just a really irrational fear. So the idea of the game is that as you go on, maybe you get to know the ghost and you're not afraid of them as the game progresses. But at the beginning, she's running away, but she's actually not running away from any danger. They're just interested in her because she is a necromancer. So step 1 is, you think you're starting to understand what the game is. A bit of overcook and metronome typing. It is a lot to learn all at once. It is, and that's why I'm hoping explaining it kind of helps, but I'm glad you're starting to understand, and I'm hoping as I go along, it'll be a lot easier too. That is the main part of the game, it's just, well, it's the game loop, right? It is serving customers, typing up their orders, giving them their food, they leave. I want to add ghosts to shake up the game in the sense of you'll have to not only manage customers, but you'll also have to manage the ghosts and making sure they're gone. And we don't have options on here for ghosts quite yet, but step 1 is going to be adding the ghosts so you can banish them. And to do that, we're gonna need some ghosts. And for now, let's see. You lurk, you'll pop in every once in a while. Sure. Thank you for chatting and stopping by, Dark. It's highly appreciated. Okay. So, saying all of that, if we go here, hold on, I think I'm dying. Godot does tend to do that for my computer. And hop into a sprite where we have the current sprites of everyone. I'm gonna save this and just save as. And these can be the new ghosts. So I'll make a ghost sprite sheet. And what we can do is take away these guys, take away this as well. And right now, this is the customer sprite sheet. So let's just modify this a little bit to be ghost. I think that would be the easiest way to do things. Let's just go ahead and go here. We can take off their legs. How about that? Take off their legs for now, and bam, that is ghost. I think that'll help. A way to separate and show off that, hey, this is ghost, this is person, and let's see. What program are you using for the 2D sprite making? This is eSprite. I'm using eSprite. And I popped over here for a second. I might as well show it off. This is the idea I have for the cafe post, actually designing. You can kind of see some bookshelves. So right now it's prototype, but I am working on a design. And I don't know why that had that open. So let me just go through here and cut all of these guys off to hopefully show, hey look, these are ghosts, these are people. And I'm just making something simple to show the difference, hopefully changing between the two. These sprites are getting changed and updated. So right now, a lot of these are just prototype sprites, but I want to make something to show off the difference so we can have both customers on screen and both ghosts on screen in hopes of showing, hey, look, these are different. Just know they're different. So let me go ahead and just chop up everyone's bottom parts. Could have also just make them heads. So I'm just going through, getting rid of all these, as we already covered animations before. So we can just slide these into customer animations and call it a day there. Kind of just taking from previous code and adding on. And as things back and edit things, but for now, it's this motion of, all right, this is the back. It looks a little silly, doesn't it? This is down, kind of looks a little silly, left and right. And that's all it really needs to be. It doesn't need to be anything at the moment, but I'd rather have some sort of something rather than a box. I like a little bit of color and sprites and moving. So with that said, I also want to see if I can change the color. And let's see, selected, no, all. And let's see if we can just change this really quickly to be something different. Maybe like this, and let's see, how about blue? There we go. And it should change everyone, I believe. It should change everything in the sprite sheet. Ah, I got ya. Okay. So it changed this. We just needed to change everything else. Okay. So let's just, well, I can check, can't I? Check and copy those settings that we have, which is great. I like how I can go back and check it. So let me do that really quickly and see what settings I chose. So it was H -13. Let's see. Can you make maid skeletons to serve the food? Yes, yep. Maid or butler, whichever you pick whatever you want. But yes, because you're a necromancer, you're good at necromancy. The idea is that there will be a currency for students, and the currency will be knowledge and books. And then the more ghost you banish, the more death points you get, or death, or some sort of points related to that. And later down the game, you'll have butlers or maids that can serve the food, and you'll have other benefits to either banishing the ghost or serving customers. But yeah, you will have skeleton butlers and maids. Indeed, that has been decided already. So let's see, H is -13, and I think L is 48. Is that what I decided on? Yep, -13, 48. And remember, that is the question. So I go into this one, I can go ahead and just edit this guy here. So adjustments, hue and saturation. So I believe I said -13 and 48, right? I think that's what it was. So -13, 48. Grab you, and I'm wondering if I make everything shown, does that work? Let's see, adjustments, go here. So -13 and 48. 48. That's you, and then you, -13 and 48. Go ahead and add adjustments here, and meta progression. Exactly. I know, think it'll be fun. That's the whole thing, the goal. I'm glad you suggested it though. I'm glad we're thinking the same thing and the same ideas. Is that to have a player expect something and then have it happen? That's a really good feeling. -13 and 48. I think that's what I said. 48, like that. Oh, that does not look right. Hold on, where did I go wrong in my numbers? Is that? Oh, there. Hold on, let me. Oh, it did change it. Wonderful. Okay, so that's all these guys here. And now we just need to export this. And to export it, we have to make it into a sprite sheet. Export sprite sheet. Okay. Working so far. The question is all of these settings, and I don't remember what I had them on as last time. Was it this? No. Was it this? No. Packed? No. I mean, that kind of works, right? And let's see, cute looking sprites, to be honest. Thank you. And welcome up to the stream. Hold on. Gilbert Moriano? Is that how you say it? Welcome. Thank you as well. So let's see. Sprites, source layer, visible layers. Let's see. Those look right. Split layers, unsplit layers, selected frames, all frames. There we go. This is what I'm looking for. And then we can go ahead and export. And this will be our ghost sprite sheet for right now, at least. And packed is generally better. Yeah, this right. This is what I was looking for. So let's go ahead and export as, and this will be the ghost sprite sheet that I can save into the game as, this is temporary. This is just to tell the difference between ghost and customer. Let's go ahead and, oh boy. File saving is always a real problem, isn't it? Let's see, assets, pixel art character, hold on. I gotta go into this folder, yep, okay. Then I gotta go into here, I believe, and I'll save it as PNG, save, export. And then I should be able to close a sprite, bring us back over to Godot. And in here, we can go ahead and have, right now we have entities as our sorted folder. We have entities, customer, player. We can go ahead and add ghost now here, ghost. And I'm thinking maybe ghost color can right now be, how about making it teal? There's a little bit of a difference to change things up a little bit. And in our ghost, let's go ahead and add a folder for here. And oh, if it'll, okay, we're good. And I want to add a folder for assets. I've been trying to keep everything sorted depending on the region. I have a folder for assets depending on it, instead of an all assets folder for all things assets. I'm trying to find out what sorting system I like. This is the second game I've ever made, and this is, it's a thing as you go, isn't it? So in assets, we have ghost, and I'll go down here. And I'll go ahead and just drag and drop the assets that we have. So I can go into, where are we at? Here, grab the assets and drag them in here. And like that, we now have the ghost assets. Great. Step 2, I believe, is, which the first game you made? It is called Starry Sky Scramble. And I think, hold on, if I can double check and see if it'll let me. Where are we at? Ah, I see. Okay, here, I can send this as well, for those who are curious. I made a game in 24 hours called Starry Sky Scramble, and now this is my second game I'm hoping to make within a few months. The idea is to do it at the end of the year, but it is a clicking game where you have to spot the difference and find the stars and click them. This one's a more fleshed out game that's not a mini game. So the hope is that I move it up in the world. Fingers crossed. Let's see. With that all said and done, now what we need to do is go to customer, and we need to duplicate customer. I have a state machine for the customer, and I'm hoping with what we have right now, we can just tweak it, and then it works for Ghost. That was the hope in making or designing a customer the way I did, was that so I could transfer it into other entities. For example, that skeleton maid butler, hopefully because of what we have right now established, it should be easy to add them into the game instead of starting from scratch. With all that said, let's see, we have manager, customer, manager. We don't need any of that. We need to have the customer themselves, which is here. So hopefully I can just grab you guys and move to duplicate to, and let's see, cafe, entities, ghost. I'll click you, copy. And now in Ghost we have customer GD, which we can go ahead and rename to Ghost. And we can go ahead and name this one for rename, Ghost. There we go. And heyo, did the cafe change? It did indeed, Groom the Dev. It did. It is not a basement no longer. It is now a lecture hall, kind of classroom area. I figured it'd be better to show off the food and the sitting position. Since we struggled so hard to figure out a proper sitting position, I just changed the whole area. I think it'll be a lot nicer to look at. But yeah, no longer basement. Moving on up in the world. Let's see. We now have in our, where are we at? Customer cafe, get rid of customer. We don't need that. We are looking for entities, and hold on, where did my ghost go? I just had my ghost. I talked for 1 second and now the ghost disappeared. Oh, it's because I typed ghost. I see. Sometimes the problems you think you have are the problems you make for yourself. All right, so this is the current customer sprite. I just copied everything over from Ghost, and we can go ahead and make sure this is detached. If we detach the script, was of course Godot decides, you know what, freeze time. And when Godot ever freezes on my game, I take a water break. And I've been struggling with Godot these last few weeks, and I think it's just a thing of my computer needs to be stronger. I don't think it's anything I can change console-wise. That's good news, I figured out the problem. Unfortunate news, I can't fix the problem quite yet. But let me get some water. Okie dokie. So with that now said, Godot, do you want to work? Oh, wonderful. It's cooperating today. Knock on wood. So let's go ahead and detach the script. Yeah, detach it, and then attach the Ghost script. Go ahead and do this. And this gets renamed. Rename, where's the rename at? There we go. Rename to Ghost. There we go. And then back in this script, as this is the Ghost script, this is now class name, not customer, but Ghost. So what does the Ghost need to do right now? We have a target, we have profile, progress, number, all of those things. We don't need those things for Ghost. What we really need is the Ghost, and we can move back over to concepts to hopefully explain it. So let's see, where are we at? Concepts. We want the Ghost to be able to be banished, we want tempos, and we want rewards. What does the Ghost need to do once it's in the game? What is it? I forget the word, but it's what they can do, what they're capable of. Not their mechanics, but their behavior. There we go, behavior. That's the word I'm looking for. Let's go ahead and okay, I did read that. So we want the Ghost to follow the player. There we go. Follow player. Follow player. L-A-Y-E-R. Follow player, and I'm kind of thinking, one of the incentives to banish the Ghost is that you'll get a reward for banishing them, but I think maybe we can make it a little bit nicer to want to banish them by punishing them being around for a little bit. For example, maybe what the Ghost can do is also speed the patient timers, so speed timers. Speed customer timers. Customer, C-U-S-T-O-M-E-R timers. I-M-E-R-S. And customer timers, all those was when the customer's waiting in line, how long they're willing to wait before they leave. The timers are how long are they willing to wait for the food before they're willing to leave. So maybe if you don't deal with the Ghost in time, or Ghost after a certain amount, they'll cause customers around them to lose their patience. Maybe the Ghost the wizards can't see them, you can, but they feel a chill in the air, so maybe it's making them uncomfortable, and maybe in that sense it's making them want to leave faster. So it's a way to punish the player, I think. Let's make this an X to show off it's a negative thing. Not only do I think this would be fun, speeding up the customer's timers, let's see. So step 1, let's just have the ghost follow the player. Let's start there. Step 1, it's always a step 1. Not only should they follow the player, but they also need to be able to ignore collisions. So ignore collisions, COLLISIONS. There we go. That's 2 things they need to do. They're ghosts, so they can walk through walls compared to customers who can't. Let's go ahead and get started on that. Let's go to Godot. Step 1, we just want them to follow the player. So all of these things, progress, update progress, we don't need any of these. Well, ghosts will need order matches, things like that when we banish them. But for right now, let's just get rid of all of these things. All they need to worry about is following the player. So on these state machines, which we have, let's see, customer move to, sit. They don't need move to. They have an idle. They don't have an order. They don't have a patience bar. They don't have a patience timer. They don't need any of those things. What else do they not need? Let's see, this is seated animation. They don't need a seated animation. They don't sit. Let's see, seated sprite. Don't need any of those. We don't need the state name here as well. That's what this guy was, to tell me what's going on in the game. We don't need that. And this is progress label. Do we need the... Nah, we don't need progress label. We just need to make sure that they're moving around and tracking. Right now, we just have the number, and number is kind of the name. We can hide the number for now. What we really need to know is the animation player. We need the sprite, which is this guy, and this sprite here, which was what we had for customer, we can just swap that over to now our ghost sprite sheet, like this. And now it's our ghost. Isn't that lovely? So now we can tell the difference between ghost and customer. From there, let's see, we have the animation tree, which should do everything for us. We also have the navigation agent, which we do need. They need to be able to track the player. We also have the collisions. That makes, well, collisions won't make sense right now. We might have to delete that. And then for the state machine, we have the move to state, which we do need, and we have the idle state, which I also think is good, for now at least. As if the ghosts don't spot the player, maybe they just kind of hover and go back and forth in areas. So you want to get rid of the ghosts as soon as possible. And then when the ghosts spot you, that's when they lock on. And I think that'd be a good idea. Let's see, state machine. So in our state machine, our initial state, the customer move to state, customer idle state, we don't need any of these. We need new states. So instead, we need to make a new state. So we can do that by going down here to state machine, states, and let's make a new state. So we can go ahead and copy this guy, hopefully just duplicate him. And now this is ghost follow state, follow state. Ghost follow, hold on. Ghost follow state. There we go. And this ghost follow state is empty right now, so we can go ahead and take what we have from the customer move to, copy that, and then go back to our ghost follow state, select all of that, and paste it. Because right now, this is the only state we need. We'll go ahead and delete these guys, make a new node. It's just an empty node, like that. And then we can go ahead and call this ghost follow state. Ghost follow state. Like that, hopefully. And I think that's how I write it out for the customer. We can just check. No, it's an underscore. Got ya. Let's go ahead and make sure that is the same thing. So ghost follow state. How I write it, go write it there as well. And go ahead and save. Wonderful. Okay. With all that said and done, we can go ahead and make sure this is a child. And then in our state machine, our initial state, let's see. Ooh, okay. So down here in our ghost follow state, it needs to now be ghost. It's interesting I have underscore. Usually it's exclamation, or not exclamation, it's a capital letter, yeah. Well, that's something to be changed once I polish the game, but we'll keep it what it is right now, the underscore. Some of it's underscore, some of it's capitals, but we'll keep it the same for now. So in that sense, it's also going to be here, ghost, follow, state. There we go. So they have a speed, they have all of that. They don't need a sit animation, and they also don't need a sit sprite. Let's go ahead and do all of that. We don't need any of that. And now we need, let's see, parent, customer. It's not customer, it's ghost. Let's go ahead and make sure that says that. So let's see, sit sprite. All of these are sit. I don't think we have the right state. Hold on. This is move to. Ah, okay. We didn't have the right state. It's this guy right here we have to grab. Let's go ahead and grab him. The nice part is that hopefully using these, we can just grab and go as we go. Grab and go as we go. I said that twice. Okay, let's grab all of these guys here, move them up, and paste them. And we just edit it. So for example, the animation tree name, that seems, yep. Body, target. Now this target, they should only have to follow the customer. And I always try to program for what I think might happen in the future. But that can also lead to me doing extra work if I don't end up using it. For example, maybe in the future we want them to also follow something else. Maybe they follow customers around, but for right now, let's just have them follow the player. And if need be, we can have them follow something else, or we could do node 2D. How about that? Right now, the ghost is a character body, and also the customer and the player is also a character body. Let me go ahead and trash all of these guys. Seat book, spell minigame. We can close all of these guys. Make sure I save as well. Get rid of that ghost underscore. And for now, our target can be a character body 2D. Right? Yeah, character body 2D. Let's make it that. So in case we do want customers down the line, we can have customers down the line, depending on what we want to do. And right now, their target is null. And then if target equals null, that's good. And then let's see, call deferred, secret setup. That makes sense. Let me zoom in a little bit so I can see. So our target's null, good. That makes sense. Animation player.stop. So target equals body.target. So let's see, value of target cannot be assigned to variable body.target. Interesting. And that's because we swapped the target. If we go back here from our move to state and open this guy up, it is a target, which is an actual thing. And our body is, oh, there is no body. Interesting. No, body, here we go. If body equals customer, so it's on the area body entered. So we want the customer's position. That's what this is saying. If we go back over here, let's see. Target equals target, or body.target. Really what we just need to say is, let's see, target equals body.target. That is not what we want. We just want, oh, we have target set, don't we? I don't think we need that. We probably will need that, but we'll see. For now, it can be this, and then if target makes sense, that's all good to go. And we'll check to see if this actually does work. That's always the fun part, isn't it? And then let's see, if direction, body to velocity, this will crash as we don't have a state machine travel to, or no, will it crash? Let's see. So state machine moves to idle and animates the customer. This should be fine. And Godot froze for a second, so I'll let it see if it'll handle itself while I get some water. And look, it handled itself. Wonderful. Okay, so with all that said, let me turn this thing off as it's getting hot in here. That. Okay, and let's see if this works in its current state. So on here in our ghost, our animation player, well, not animation player, our state machine. Great, okay. Initial state, let's go ahead and assign it ghost follow state. That's all good to go. And then our ghost follow state, we need to assign all of these guys here so they don't die when the thing entirely just opens. The navigation agent, we need to assign all of those. Move sprite is sprite here. Body is, ooh, who's body? Body is customer, I see. So body will just say ghost. Do that. Ghost. I see. Okay. So here, the class name isn't ghost. It's ghost follow state. There we go. Make sure that's correct. And now we can kind of keep going. So ghost. And then target. Our target is, ooh. Our target is character body 2D. We leave the target empty for the person to put in, well, not person, but the code to put in. And then here for ghost, I just want to double check. So, if new progress leaving served. All this stuff needs to be changed as well. And we don't need any of this progress. So I'll go ahead and get rid of these guys. And make sure this is, yeah, this is ghost. So I'll go ahead and remove this as well. So we don't need any of that. So update progress, don't need that as well. We just need to enter. All this stuff is for customers. And since this is the ghost, we don't need any of it. Let's see, patient bar, order timer. I don't think so. I think we just need target profile and var target. We can set this to character body 2D and profile, customer profile. They're a ghost. They don't have a customer profile. Maybe down the line though, we can add different ghost personalities, but that would be way down the line, wouldn't it? Okay, with all those changes made, let's see what errors we get. If any, you know what, I'm hopeful. So I'll go ahead and type in here ghost and add the ghost to the scene. This guy right here, and target should be the player. Okay, so let's see if this works. I am doubtful, but I can't tell you. Oh, never mind. We don't even have to wait. Isn't that lovely? All right. So it would appear that I got some code mixed up. Oh boy, that's never fun. This is customer sit state. In here, this is ghost. Okay. Hold on, hold on. The ghost has the right setting. Okay. State machine is state machine. Gotcha. Ghost follow state is ghost follow state. So where are we getting this error at with customer? If I go back into customer, something's off. Customer, and we're not on the customer scene. So the state machine is the same. Customer move to scene is the same, I believe. Yeah, move to scene. So where are you angry at? I'm curious. It's not telling me. Oh, there we go. Customer sit state. For some reason. There we go. Move all of that back. Are you happy now? Okay, let's see now. Oh, that's great. Okay, so all of this, if initial state. So what is this angry at? Invalid assignment of property text. Gotcha, gotcha. No worries. So once the text that we have up here, and there is no text here, so let's just get rid of text. As this is, oh, I see. Because this is state machine, this would change everything. And the ghosts do have a state. Let's make sure that this is the state of the state machine. That makes sense. Okay. I'm listening so far. This is working a little better than I hoped. So I'll just go ahead and grab these guys here then and paste them under ghost. Delete number. We don't need number. And move these guys up. Since this is what the state machine requires, which it is what we shall give it. And let's go ahead and press play now. Okay. So if target data equals 0. New problem. It is a lot just about updating code, isn't it? Let's see. Let me make sure. Okay, good. So if target equals null, target equals data. Target isn't null though. Ghost. Let's see. We go here, ghost. Ghost is player character. Interesting, interesting. Let's see. Back in our state machine here. What is the error? So node order not found. Ah, I see, I see. I got ya. It's we might have to change the also make a new state machine, as this is it seems to be more customer state machine. That's fine. Let's go ahead and just duplicate our state machine. If we go back to here, state machine, duplicate, and now this is ghost state machine. Since it does different things, makes sense. We could probably mold it into one, but for right now, it's fine being its own thing in the moment. And then we can go ahead and detach from the ghost and attach to this. Now it's a new state machine. And then with that, we can go ahead and remove order. Let's go ahead and do this. We have states, leaving. We don't need leaving at the moment. Let's get rid of that. Initial state, current state. That makes sense. So we don't need any of this. That is all utility. And then we have the state name. That's good. Current state, on child finish. This does everything we need it to do as far as state's concerned. Move to target. Occupy customer, sit customer, move to exit, give order. That's not needed for ghost. So really we only need this. And then if not leaving, so move to target. This is also customer. So hopefully now that we've, if I can erase correctly, should be better now that it doesn't handle customer. Let's see. Play, and what are we angry at now? New state machine. Gotcha. So now this needs to be ghost state machine. Okay. What's the next error? Let's see. Oh, okay. So good news. It's running. Bad news. They're not moving. So that's a give and take. So it seems, okay. So let's go ahead and close this. What we can now do now is put the state name above the ghost. That's why I had this here so we can tell what's going on. And if we run the program again, I'll show it up here. It says test. So right now, the state of moving isn't getting assigned to the ghost. Let's see if we can deal with that. That shouldn't be too tricky. Fingers crossed, I say. So let's see. Initial state, there we go. Ghost follow state. Okay, save. What do we get now? Go ahead and show. Oops, wrong button. No, that was the right button. Something crashed. So out of bounds, get index on base 0. Gotcha. Let me go ahead and hide that. Close this. Let's see. So enter, and we're entering with the data of array. So move sprite. Target data equals, if target equals null, but target doesn't equal null. target should be, if we go down here, I see. Gotcha. So instead of enter, so target equals null. If target equals null, what we need is the body. So the body is the ghost, it's itself, and that is pointing at itself. So if target equals null, or, okay, I'll rephrase that. Instead of if target equals null, what it should be is if ghost, or if body dot target equals null. Otherwise, else set the target equal to body dot target. There we go. That should work, I think. As it's telling it, all right, if we don't have the data of this, do this instead. So it's kind of hopefully rearranging some programming code. And let's see if that works. Oh, look at it. It's working. It's moving. That's wonderful. We're halfway there already, where it's trying to follow the player. And that is what we want. So good. Next up, collision. Making sure that they ignore all of these things. It's a ghost. They don't need to worry about collision. That's step 2 in figuring out all of those things. Okay, so it's good news. We can cross it off. Next up is collision. So how do we handle collision? Oh, unless Godot decides, you know what? Nah, you're not handling collision today. Well, it's closed, and since it is a good saving point, let me go ahead and save it as well. So I'll go ahead and edit Godot, run that, and while that's opening, let me go ahead and save it. One thing I've realized as I've done more and more programming is that you need to make sure you have backups. So to those who are making games and who don't have backups, make sure you do that, i.e. find a way, either copy and save all of the files yourself, or use a program like, what am I using? Visual Studio Code from GitHub, and that will back up everything. All you have to do is just press buttons. Let's see, ghost follow. And I found that nice to have a backup and just upload it instead of worrying about doing it myself manually. It's still manual, but it's just a few buttons to press, so not as tricky. Okay, so now that it's backed up, let's go ahead and head back over to concepts. Alrighty, and where's my pen? So follow players. Follow players is complete. Next up, ignore collision. Let's do that. So we can go back into Godot. Unless, of course, Godot decides, you know what, now I'm freezing again. In which case, water break time. It's still frozen, so let me just close it and reopen it. And this is, I initially thought it was a Godot issue, but like I said before, I think it's a me issue. Which is a little unfortunate, but I'm at least glad I figured out the problem. At least I hope. Maybe there's another way to fix it, but for now I think that is the overall thing. Streaming and having this, well, that's the thing as well. It's not just streaming is having issues. It's overall having issues. That's why I didn't think it was, but who knows? So here we are, we're back in the game. Now, next step is to do, what was the next step? This is why I keep a checklist on me. Collision, that was the next step. And in saying collision, if we go into ghost here, what we have to worry about is world. So I think if we just take this off, we should be good. This also has a collision shape here. That should be fine as well. So if I take that off, let's see what happens. It works. Look at the ghost. It's going through things now. Though it's not seeing the tables as collision. I'm not too sure. It's still moving on paths because of the way the navigation is set up with my tile maps. And I'll show you that as well. Let's see, how can I show you that? Show you pretty simply. Actually, let me hide this. And then if we go into debug and visible navigation, you can see in the game itself how the tile maps are set up. So if I click play here, oh, Godot says, nah, not today. Let me reopen it. And since it's reopening, water break time. Okie dokie. Reopen it, edit it. Swap back over to Godot, let it reload, let it do its thing. We're doing so well too. We got about an hour in before it decided, alright, now it's my time to shine. Alright, so in here you can see if I go into visible navigation, if I click play here, and if it will let me, and let me make sure she's moving away from the ghost. The ghost is a little bit too fast. I'm having a hard time tabbing over. And what's nice and neat is that we can just change their speed, can't we? Yeah, look at that. Speed 50? Not anymore. You are now reduced to, how about 40? No, 30. 30. Let's make you 30. A little bit slower. Give me some time. Let's see. So you can see here, everywhere that's blue is where they can walk. So because the desks aren't blue in this cross grid from the tile map, that means ghosts can't walk on it. Even though they can walk through it, like that, they don't recognize the path of the desk as being walkable. So we need to change and edit some settings so that they can see this as being, okay, we can move through this area. That's step 2. Okay, so with all of that said, let me hide this. And to do that, I'm just thinking the ghost will see a different layer when they're looking at the tile map. For example, this here is the background of the cafe with all of this stuff, and then I have a separate top layer for the, where are we at? Should be something like, what is it? Here we go, tabletops. The tabletops are separate, so your body, it was a little wonky to figure out, but the tops are set so that you can walk behind them, but you don't walk behind the desk. That's how I had to set it up, so they're separate in layering and ordering. But here for our cafe background, what we can do is have a navigations layer. This right now is customers, so I'll rename layer 1 to customer. And then I'll also rename this layer 2 to, let's see, what can we call it? We can call it ghost. Simple as that. So this is the ghost layer. This lets them know that they can walk on here. And then what we can do is down here in our tile editing, and what are you angry about in debug wise? Yeah. That comes up a lot, and so it seems when I was looking up how to do tile maps. I'm a little bit more knowledgeable. Not as much though, but it's just a smidge more. So if I go ahead and select this, there should be a way to set the navigations to areas, but I'm not too sure about that. So this is navigation layer 0. Oh, okay, how about this? Add element. So navigation layer 1, there we go. And this sets up for 2, so this is for ghost. And then what we can do is have this be, and how I thought it worked before was that you select it where you want them not to go, but how you have to do it is say, all right, you can walk on this area. That is how this tile works. So for example, what I'll have to do is zoom out of here, or if it lets me, zoom out, and then come to these 4 corners. So this one, it's a little tricky to select with the mouse, and with anything, I bet. And this one. So that says you can walk on here. And then we can go out, go ahead and select everything else. Really, the only thing they don't need to walk on is the walls, but they can walk on this right here, which is the separator. This is the edge, right? They can go through walls, but these purple walls, I don't think they should be able to step onto. I can go ahead and select this guy. Oops. This is why I do this big button. That's fine. Let's see. So this button here is here, 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 and here. Oh, here. Let's go ahead and delete this point. Wonderful. And then we can go ahead and add for the floors. Again, we just do here. Oh, unless it resets. Here, 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 and here for the navigation. And that sets it for that one. And lastly, for navigation here, let's go ahead and select. Oh, every time. Zoom back in. And we do it here, 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 and here. To say, hey, you can walk over me. That's what this is indicating. Not, don't walk over me. That's what I thought before. But these tiles are indicating that you should walk over that layer. So that's what this navigation layers is. I think that's how it works. I'm not sure about setting it up for multi, but I believe that is how things go, as these 3 tiles should work. In that sense, if we go ahead and save, we zoom out a little bit so I can see, we can move this down to output and move that down so I can see even more. And then if we go back into Ghost, for our navigation agent, oh, the little ghost is cute. Thank you, Dark. it's just a hue change with also the ghosts being different colors, but it's temporary. I do plan on changing them, but for right now, that's how they look. So let's see, navigation layer. So we set it for 2 instead of 1, which should work, hopefully, in setting it so that the ghost sees it as they can move over the desk. With that said, let's give it a go. See what the game thinks. And the game says that works. Now the ghost is able to move through objects. We can't, but they can, which works wonderfully. So they should move through this wall here to show off, hey, they move through the wall. And does it work? Let's see. I don't know what they're doing. This is the fun part of game development. Saying that they decide this is the best way to go around. I'm going to go all the way around here since I can't get through the wall. Isn't that lovely? That seems like it's gonna be a bit of an issue. I don't know, you tell me. Okay, so we need a way to say borders and walls. That needs to be a difference. Yup. It's working kinda sorta. It's always a little bit of an issue, but I'm glad. Let me double check as well. So they're walking all the way around. If you see. Are they gonna walk all the way? Yup, they are. Yep, exactly. Oh no, where are they going? Hold on. Where are you off to? Interesting, okay. So what we need to do is add a difference between wall and border. And then we also need to have that back wall as something that they can't walk over, so they stay within the metrics of the game. Hi, Escobar. Welcome to stream. Welcome to chaos. Always seems to be the case. So with that said, we can hop back into a sprite. And then, if I go back into cafe, entities, where are we at? And go into, not entities, oops. And making progress, yes! Progress, a step forward, step back. I don't know if you just saw, but the ghost is walking through walls, but it's walking through walls a little too calculated. We gotta set it back a little bit. So I can go back into here, de set dressing, new cafe, and then if we go back into a sprite really quickly. These are currently the tiles in the tile map. It's the setup I have for the current room, but we need a way to show off this is walkable border, non-walkable border. So we can go ahead and just change maybe a color here. Select this, fill this in, and now this is a walkable wall. You didn't see anything just yet? Ah, I see. Hold on then. Let me save this tile, and then I'll show you. It wouldn't be too hard at all to show. Take a good look at this ghost logic here. So everywhere that's blue, the ghost should be able to walk to. Since they're ghosts, they should be able to walk through walls. And you can see they're walking through the desk, but between this wall and myself, look where they go. Look where their logic decides to take them. Instead of straight through, oh, plus my computer decides to do the thing. Huh, the ghost decided to prove me wrong. They weren't doing that before, I tell you, that's not the case. Now they're working. You showed up and now they've decided to do the thing correctly. That's what they were doing, you can see. They were going all the way around instead of going straight through. I guess that's a bug. So that's what we're trying to do right now. Tweak the bug so it doesn't happen where they're walking along the edges instead of going straight through. That's the attempt right now, at least. Let's go ahead and hide this. Close this. Save it as well. Yeah, the machine spirit rule goes again. The machine will always consume. The machine is the machine. And Godot has decided. Hold on. Hi, Art Guru. Welcome back to stream. Hello. I say, as stream decided, you know what? Godot's time to take a break. So we'll do a quick water break since it's frozen for a second. Okay, so I'm hoping this quick collision change should change things. Since it's not deciding to do anything, let me close it and reopen it. Give it the good old restart. If I can close, and save and close, it seems. So once we figure out collision for ghost, as we have the follow down, now we just need collision. Once we do collision, then we need a way to trap the ghost in the spellcasting room. And once we do that, then we need a way to banish them. That's next step after that, just step by step. That's what seems to be the best way I've found to do this, instead of trying to do a lot of things. Slowly breaking it down. Like, for example, we have ghosts. What do we want the ghost to do? Or what do we want to do to the ghost? Or what do we want the ghost to do? Both work. We want to banish the ghost. We want the ghost to change the tempo of our rhythm game. And we also want the ghost to offer rewards for banishing them. But step one is to have the ghost follow the player on and ignore collisions. And maybe modify the timers. That one's more of a optional depending on how we do things. But Godot's open back up. So let's swap back over to it. Since it's working now. And instead, we can go back into our cafe background here. Now that we have a new tile, a wonderful new tile, we can go ahead and hopefully click here, move down, and select this guy to add him to our tile map. Good so far. And then we can select this tile itself. It should work with everything. We just need navigation to work. And in this navigation layer, you can't walk over this navigation on this layer. However, if you're a ghost, you can walk over this layer. Let's go ahead and have, oops, zoom in a little bit, like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, like that. So ghost should be able to now walk across it. And then what we can do is grab this here, and ghost can now use, oh, that's not good. We should go to this layer, select this, and now this is the wall here ghost can go through. I'm thinking as well, I guess all of here is where ghosts can go through, but they can't go through the border. The border is kind of the border of the game. It would be a little bit silly though if the ghost could just appear in the black spaces of the void and then move through, but for now, let's keep things inbounds and maybe get a little bit sillier down the line. And hi, Leon, welcome to stream. Hi. Let's see. A little bit of trial and error working with some collisions, but overall, things are going good. Okay, so in saying all of that, let's go back into the tile set and let's go ahead and select. And what I want for ghost here, if we go back into this navigation layer, they can no longer walk on, oops, hold on, undo. What did I do? I pressed the wrong buttons and it did so many awful things. So they can't walk through the borders anymore. So how do I just click this button? Yeah, there we go. So no longer can they walk through borders. I want to get rid of all of that. If you'll let me, of course. Let's see, X, delete, there we go. So they can no longer walk on those. However, let's give them the ability to go through the back walls. Oops. Unless, of course, it decides to do that. This is definitely tricky handling, but it's overall kind of semi-working unless the buttons decide not to go well. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 here. There we go. So now the only thing they can't walk through are these borders, and that should work. As far as these borders, not borders, but the tabletops, we'll have to figure that out a little bit, but we can get there when we get there. So if I click play now, hopefully the ghosts work a little bit better. So everywhere that's blue is where the ghosts can move. So now the ghost should have no problem moving through the desk and moving there. And is itch down? You're trying to follow me open on there, but it's not opening up. Oh, huh. I'm not sure why. Hold on, I'll check in a moment. The good news is the customer is doing customer things now. Not customer, the ghost. Next up, we just need it to make it so that their body doesn't go over the, well, so that the body does go over the, what is it? Like that. They're going behind it. You can kind of see. So that's up. Let me double check the itch really quick, since that is something nice and quick I can do. I go ahead to here. Let me see if I can, let me see if I can click it. Unless maybe the link I sent isn't working, but never know. I'll get some coffee while I'm waiting. My bitter coffee. I think itch might be down. It's not working for me either. Let me just try itch.io. Is that working? No. Google. Let me try this way maybe. But again, my searching seems to not be working. I'll have to try that a little bit later, but maybe it's not working. It should be. We have to check the Twitter or something. Usually I have updates on there. Okie dokie. So with all of that said, it's working now. The only issue now is the ghost is not appearing over the countertops. So to fix that, let's see if we, usually I just try to arrange it like this. So this should work, but they were already above the tabletops. Okay. Ghost, since you want to play that game, I can play your games. I know ordering for me was a little bit tricky, so I'm not too excited to play said games. But if I change the Z index to 3, maybe that works now? If we re-enable the game here. Yep, now they go over the... now they go over, and now they also go over the player, which is nice. So the hope is that you can lure the ghost in. You'll try again later. Yeah, I think that'll... I don't know. I couldn't tell you why itch isn't working, but thank you for even trying to look at the page. I do appreciate that. And I'm glad that ghosts are ghosting. And they're going through, and they're also going over... Oh, hold on. Isn't that lovely? This is peak right here. So why are they angry? That's what I'm wondering. And there is an easy solution to figure out the question to the problem, you know, as long as Godot doesn't crash. And I don't know why I keep swapping back. You can just click it here and reopen it from here. And edit. There we go. That's a little bit simpler than swapping over pages and everything. And while it's swapping, make it all nice and comfy. I don't have my lemonade today, just some bitter coffee. Okay, so we have our ghost here. That's all nice and dandy. What we want is that we can go to the navigation agent here, enable it, and now we can see where the ghost is pathing to. So if we go ahead and re-enable the game here, you can see this red line shows where they're going towards. That's interesting. They're using very small paths to move everything. And this new look of the cafe is like a level 2. You like this new cafe? Hi, Layer Games. And no, this is the cafe itself. It's been upgraded instead of a basement. I figured since, that's why the navigation is a little wonky. Interesting. That's always, I do like debug tools. But I'll show you. It's really quick to see. If we go back into concepts, look, did I say welcome to stream? Welcome. This is the old cafe. It took place in a basement. My issue that I ran into is that I had a hard time figuring out how to sit the customers at their chairs because you can see their sides and their legs. So I instead moved it over to a classroom lecture hall place where now you can't see their legs, they just go sit behind it. And now hopefully also offers the ability to see the food better as well, since they're facing towards the camera instead of kind of facing beside. And I'm hoping overall it'll be a little bit easier to show off animations and things of that nature, as I did like our basement, but I'm hoping this will offer more opportunities to have fun animations that make a little bit more sense than trying to do this wonkier setup is the hope, as well as this wasn't working, and this wasn't working as well. So I want some sort of menu that can pop up here at the bottom so you can see it and you can move around to customers and ordering. So right now it's on this here instead of on the side. So it's a little bit of a layout tweak I did. Fingers crossed it looks a little better. And saying that though, we need to figure out this navigation for the ghost. And that's a little tricky. Let's see, debugger. What are you saying, debugger? Attempting to merge. This is why I don't deal with navigation. Navigation servers, navigation physics. Huh? I thought the navigation and figuring all of that out was behind me. I truly did. I think Godot might close again. I'll give it a second and get some water. This is a little wonky. This is uncharted territory all over again. Let me get some water. Okay, so once we figure out how to get the ghost navigation working, drinking coffee in class isn't allowed? Nah, what do you mean? It's a magic school. There's a lot of things that are allowed. But hi Moo, welcome back to stream. And drinking coffee. I bet there's coffee wizards out there that just work on energy. I can make it. I'm the creator of this game. Anything I say goes. It is law. Let's see. Navigation agent. Path custom point. Okay, so if debug use true, use this point size rendering paths. Nope. Simplify path. Interesting. If true, a simplified path will be returned with less critical points removed. The simplification amount something simplify. I think we're looking here, desired distance. So if this value is set too high, the navigation agent will skip points on the path, okay. And then here is target desired, before the target is reached on reaching the point. Okay. Path max distance. Let's try changing this to 200. Seeing that if that helps at all in them navigating. So if we click play again, run the cafe. Okay, that's a little bit of a longer line, which is nice, but they seem to still be having issues in moving. You can kind of see they're going from point to point, which is a little interesting. If I stand up here, they should be able to get to me, but I think they're going to go around like this. Or maybe they're just going to go down and then up. No, they won't cut up. This is odd. And it's something to do with navigation. They don't want to cut through this table, which is really interesting. And I'm wondering, because they will cut through tables, won't they? If I go back over here, will you go through the tables or no? Okay, are you gonna crash on me now? Let's see. Nope, we're still good to go. Okay. There's something with these tables is making them act up and making them very angry. Let's see if we can figure it out, and let me move this like down here a little bit. So customer cafe background. Okay. If we go back down here to our tile sets, back down here, we can go ahead and select this guy here. And in our navigation, layer 2, it should be set up so that they can walk over the tables, which is true. All of this is selected, so they should be able to walk over it. Let me as well hide this tabletop. And you don't think they can go through the tables because the tables aren't part of the navigation mesh? You might have to explain. Here I thought I was done with navigation, figuring that all out, and I had it set so I could just edit some cool sprites and be done with it, but no. So what do you mean in terms of navigation not working in that sense? If you could elaborate a little bit. I'm forever just trying to attempt. This is physics. We don't need physics, we need navigation. Right now, this stuff is set on layer 2 for navigation. I don't know if you can see it because of my head, but I have 2 layers. There we go. 2 layers. There's one for customer and there's one for ghosts. This is on layer 2, that everything can be moved through except the walls, which should work. And then the ghost themselves, the navigation agent, works off of navigation layer 2, which should be the case, right? Is that how am I understanding it correctly? Please correct me if I'm wrong. This is all attempting. And then they don't exist in the world. Oh, okay. Let's have them exist on their own layer as well. So let's make this layer ghost so that they're not on the customer layer. And then they can see, not seats, they can see the player. There we go. Okay. The collision, that's all taken care of. This navigation agent is, I think, what's making it a little wonky. And simplify path, I don't think that needs to be dealt with. The issue is, oh, path custom color? Is that what we want? Let's try changing this to blue. And hi, Moon Raider. You're late today because you had to hang out with your dad. Gruesome. I can't even do the eye roll. Like, I hope you had fun though. It's always fun hanging out with family. Yeah, it's a fun time. For a fun time in a long time, but a good time and a time. Let's see. Things are going okay here for the most part. Let's see. So the navigation mesh is the area that they can navigate through. Sort of like, yes. That is what I did figure out. So for example, everything on here for the tile set is highlighted, but this purple. So it means they can walk on this area, they can walk on this area. You can kind of see down here with the sprites. Everything is highlighted except this purple area, and that's the only thing that they can't walk on. So everything should be walkable, but that is how I set it up. And they can walk through walls, which is working, but not the tables. Is it because of this tabletop mesh, maybe? If I go ahead and set this up for navigation, where are we at? Navigation enabled, navigation's layers, add layer, maybe it's this tabletop layer. He lives across the country and never talks to you now. I see, total, oh, that's unfortunate. Oh, let me see here. I mean, well, things get better at the very least. Let's see, no tile selected. Select you. Now this navigation layer, maybe it's the tabletops that are hopefully, let's see, like this? Okay, so here, okay. Well, this is now selected to be walkable under layer 2, hopefully. Maybe that's why, because it was looking at all of the layers, and because this tabletop layer was above the cafe layer, maybe that's why it was having issues. Let's see if that does help. Oh, it did! Isn't that lovely? I think it was the tabletop layer that was making it. You can kind of see now that everything is blue. The ghost is still kind of freaking out. Look at him go. But overall, they're able to do their thing now better. If only I also pushed him. I think that's a silly feature. Whereas the door is gonna have to be changed. But overall, they're walking through the actual thing now, which is good. The desk. Even if they're a little confused, but they have the spirit at the very least. Literally. So let's see, what can we do to change this? They get to the top and then they start freaking out. So what does that mean for us? How can we fix this so that it's not, they kind of go left and right when they get towards the top of an area, like that, until they slide up? Which is an odd choice. Okay. We'll close this. Go ahead and close it as well. Reopen again. Should be nice and dandy. Give it a second to load. Prototype, edit. So let's see. Okay. With that said, why are we having issues with navigation? I thought by not enabling navigation on here, it would just ignore the navigation of this tile map. Oh, hold on. If I disable navigation, we shouldn't even need this layer, right? Is it the top specifically, or is it your center point clipping onto an unwalkable space? That's the thing. Everything in here is walkable, but the border, that purple area. But I'm thinking because this thing says at the bottom, let me scroll up a little bit, navigation enabled. So it's looking at 2 different maps for navigation. And if you can see here, if I hide this tabletop, then it's only this navigation that it should be looking at. Tabletop doesn't deal with navigation. I'm hoping by disabling navigation, we shouldn't even need a navigation layer. Maybe that's the issue here. If we go ahead and enable it, let's see, or disable it, right? Okay, so now it's walking through properly. If we make it go up here, yeah, it was fighting with 2 navigation layers. Did I say that right? It was fighting with 2 navigation layers, the tabletop and also the base layer. And because of that, it can decide where to go. Yeah, it wasn't walkable space, it was just space. So this here, why can I walk through that? Can I walk through anything else? No, just that spot. Okay. Overall though, good. We just need to fix the collision on the player, but this is working now. Now they can walk through areas, which is nice and dandy. Now they're walking through everything. And that's good to go look at them walking through walls and figuring out where they want to go. So that's good. Okay, so collision successful. Now we just have to make sure the player can't walk through that new wall that we made, this yellow area that we set up so the borders were a different color. So let's go ahead and do that for be collision. So if we go ahead and select this guy here for collision, we can also, oh, tabletop is already added, good. We're here for physics. We need to go back to our physics layer, I believe, and just highlight this guy for physics, as everything else here is also physics. So physics here, 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 and here. Okay, so now the player shouldn't be able to move past this yellow point. If I did this correctly, let's see. Let's see if I try walking into this guy here. Good, we're good to go. Now physics are working. So ghosts can't walk through border, but they can walk through everything else. And they can. They are going over things and going over wonderful things. Only freezing. You know what, inside the computer itself, but everything else seems to be working wonderfully. Next up, we need to make sure that this ghost is in this zone here, and then we have to start the game. So we need a way to trap the ghost into a spot where we can banish them to. Let me go ahead and save this here while Godot is freezing itself, but we can go ahead and check off stuff and concepts. Let's go ahead and do that. So follow players and ignore collision. Both of those are good to go. If I can turn on my tablet, the progress is already being made. That's good. I was hoping this would be a lot faster since we did do customers and following and figuring out all those things. So now it should just be a matter of redoing or editing a little bit on what we've built upon to hopefully make things a little bit easier. I'll go ahead and select this guy as well instead of green, just to make things nicer to see and understand, as I do like my colors. So let me grab all of you, that, and make you white instead. That way I can do a big green check mark here to show, hey, we did the thing. Now we need ghosts to freeze on a certain area, and we need to trap them for banishment. We need a way to trap the ghost. So it's right here, trap, TRAPGHOSTS. How do we trap the ghost? That's the next question. And I'm wondering, as I wasn't sure how I wanted the minigame to work. For example, if I load back up the game without the ghost, since the ghost is... Well, I'll just remove the target from the ghost, that should work. We go back into here into Godot. Nope, ghost needs the target. I see. Hold on, we'll just get rid of the ghost then from the game. Yeah, ghost, you'll be back, don't worry. I just need to show off the part itself. And navigation also needs to be turned off. Can I see now? Nope. I gotta close the game, reopen the game. More than okay. Okay. And let me show here. Music is a little bit loud, so let me also edit that and turn it down. Here. Okay. So what I wasn't sure about initially when I did the basement part of the design is how I wanted the ghost to work. For example, I want you to do your magic in here, kind of like a secret area. This will be some sort of curtains or doors you can walk through. And this is kind of like a kitchen, but it's not a kitchen, it's more of a library setting. And you'll have some sort of book you can pull up instead of this wall here that has the things. So you'll have a spell book you can read from, but you can only use the spell book in this room. That was the idea. And well, I think that is a good one to lure the ghost. How do we do that? Maybe once they get in here, the ghosts get pulled into an area of some sorts. Like, maybe, and this is what I was thinking as well, is I want it to be more interactive. I'm thinking maybe you have to select candles off of a shelf, depending on the flavor, and that's how you select it instead of the book itself and selecting off of here. As I want you to use your computer, I want you to use your keyboard more than use your mouse, and right now, it's selecting through this way. Though again, we could always just use arrow keys to select. But I want you to kind of select 2 candles off of the shelf area up here, place them down, and then start the spell cast. Ghost bait. That's what I'm thinking. You can lure the ghost onto the table. So maybe it's a jar that you put them in, and then you banish them. And hi, Aaron Wolf. I feel like I've read that name before, but maybe not. But welcome to stream. Hi. So I want to put them on the table. So you lure them into this room. And yeah, maybe you do some sort of ghost bait. Maybe you have to... that is a good idea. How about that? When you see a ghost here, maybe what you have to do is... Yeah, okay. Here, I'll tell you what I'm thinking and thinking about it. And you can tell me. You can tell me what you think. Alright, so here I can kind of draw out. I'm thinking you have the table that you lure the ghost onto, and it is some sort of jar that you put the ghost in that you banish them to. And that is when you do the spell. And I see. Comandire. So you have this jar, and you have to lure to jar. So let's do lure to jar. You lure them to the jar, and then you do the spell. S-P-E-L-L. You lure them to the spell. It is an idea afterwards, but what about you do the spell to lure them to the jar? How about that? Like ghost bait, like you said. So lure to jar with spell. Let's see. Lure to jar with spell is also one. Let me go ahead and do this with spell. And it's a special flavor mixture that you can only do for ghost. So it only works. So it's like ghost food, I guess, could be a fun thing to do. Like a mousetrap of some sorts. So you lure the ghost into the room, and once they're in the room, they then kind of make it in, hi, Aiden. Hello, and hi, liar. Did something happen? Or did the stream mess up? Or something all miss? Oh, I see. Unfortunate. It didn't even tell me it disconnected and reconnected, but welcome. Okay, so let's see. So instead, I'm thinking maybe you'll make some sort of ghost dish to lure the ghost to your table, and that is the banishment itself. So instead of fighting the ghost, you just make a certain food. So what if it's some kind of tech magic containment system like Ghostbuster tech in this world, but there is magic. And she is a necromancer, so she does have some hints up her sleeves. The issue is she is terrified of ghosts, so it's a mixture of trying to do something that plays into that. And I'm thinking to make it more, or banishing them to another plane of existence. Well, we want the ghosts to come back. She kind of just temporarily banishes them, since the ghosts can't be banished. Well, the way I want ghosts to work is that they exist because they have unfinished business. So until their unfinished business is done, you're kind of just delaying them. You kind of banish them for a while and they can't enter, but then they come back. So she really is not solving her problems by banishing them. She has to actually talk to the ghost. And I think it'd be fun later down the line in the game, having some way to build a relationship with the ghost so that they eventually become friends and then they eventually can actually be banished. Not to a plane of no existence, but forever just good banished. For right now, I'm thinking maybe there's a food you have to make. Like this. Like a cupcake of some sorts. That then the ghosts get banished, they eat it, and then bam, they're gone. And that's a way instead. So instead of, yeah. So I'm thinking as soon as you spot a ghost in the kitchen, not in the kitchen, in the cafe. So back over here. When you spot a ghost here, you can quickly rush over to the cafe area, make a ghost dish, lure the ghost back into the back. Ghost spots the dish, eats the dish, and then, yeah, they can rest. She's putting them to rest, exactly, yeah. And Ghost dating sim, asking for a friend. No dating sim. That would be fun to do down the line, though. I want this to be a short, well, I want the development to start off short. I would definitely like to add more to the game, like, for example, maybe quests or something. But for right now, keep things small. I think it'd be fun to add characters and do things like that, but for right now, the goal is to do small, and then we can expand, but I want to make sure the game gets done, as if we keep adding things, the game gets big very quickly, and then it becomes a little bit undercontained. Okay, so in saying all of that, let's see. That's what I'm thinking. You make a special food for the ghost, and once that special food is made, then the ghost will eat the food, consume the food, or go over the food, and that'll be that. So you lure them to the food. And I think that's an overall good way to do it. And saying that, that's how the banishment system, I think, can work. So you trap ghosts by making food for them. 2 in 1 there. Let me go ahead and move this here to show the arrow, showing that's where we're going in this system. So trap and banish. So in order to banish a ghost, you have to make food for ghosts. And I forget what food it is. Starts with an A. It's like a Greek food of longevity, that sort of thing. Starts with an A, I don't remember. Nope, don't remember at all. But it's like this food that is good for long health. If you eat it, you live forever. So it's kind of like this special food mixture for the ghosts to kind of make them happy for a little bit, to mean that they won't attack you. And when you banish them for the bit that they are banished, then they give you a reward. So it's the reward system there. So she's kind of saying, you know what, go away for a little bit. I don't want to deal with you. And they're like, you know what, free food? Sure, why not? I'll go away for a little bit. So the hope is, for the banishment at least, we need to make a custom food. So custom food, S-E-O-M, custom food or product. Let's just say custom product, as that is what it's called. So product, D-U-C-T, there we go. And let's see, mana? Oh, like, yeah, like kind of, I guess that could work, couldn't it? You know what would be fun? Some sort of food, as this comes down to mostly flavor, but maybe it's a food of memory of some sort. It's meant to give you, ooh, how about that? The flavor for this food is nostalgia. How about that? Where it makes the ghost remember their past life, or some sort of their happiest moment in their living life. And that's what makes them have that moment of happiness. And that's why they leave, but they keep coming back because they get that nice feeling. So now you kind of have customers in the ghost. So custom product, and the flavor can be something like nostalgia. So oh, how do you spell nostalgia? Nostalgia, N-O-S-T-A-L-G-I-A, nostalgia. Oh, I did spell it right. N-O-S-T-A-L-G-I-A, never mind. N-O-S-T-I-L-G-I-A. And this is the flavor combo. So for ghost, to satiate the ghost's appearance, you must make a dish that is nostalgia. N-O-S-T-I-L-G-I-A. And truthfully, I feel like what would be fun, I say we gotta keep it small. However, in The Sims, ghosts are colored depending on how they died. For example, I think a ghost or a person that died of anger is red. A person that died of laughter is yellow. So maybe down the line, depending on the ghost, you have to mix a flavor of nostalgia with something in order to soothe them. For example, maybe nostalgia and or something. If someone died and they're a sad ghost, you have to cheer them up. If someone died of anger or something of that sort, like they want revenge, you have to calm them down. Something like that I think could be fun. But it is a mixture of nostalgia, and the product, we can figure out the product details later. For now, let's just make it a, I like the mana idea. And like I said, the words can be changed. So for right now, let's just do nostalgia, and it can be cake. I feel like cake, I always do cake. But let's make the food nostalgia. Nostalgia, tea. How about that? Tea. You make them a tea to drink. So tea. And then once they find this tea, if it is made on the table, Nice and good. And different flavors could be like pride, they're proud of their life achievements, or love, they miss someone. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking could be fun. So you have to mix nostalgia with something. Could be really nice. Chicken nuggets? Chicken nuggets don't belong in a cafe. Nor do burgers. But I really do like that idea. I do indeed. And yeah, nostalgia plus something is reserved for Ghost. And I think there should be a way to, or at least nostalgia only appears as a recipe to make if Ghost appear. Muffins, yeah, muffins. We can do muffins. Muffin tea. I don't think it matters too much, but maybe the ghosts have an icon over their head or something that shows this is what you have to serve them. As I think it would be fun to both have to serve wizards and ghosts. That was the idea behind it, is that you've got to do a lot of typing to serve a lot of different customers from different pasts. But for now, sure, let's do muffins. Let's see. Muffins. M-U-F-F-F-I-N. Muffins works. So nostalgia, muffin. Right now, it's just nostalgia, but later on we can make it something else depending on what it is. With that said, we're going to need a different showing, or not really. We just need a way to show off depending on what it is. We can go ahead, and if we go back into Godot, now it's time to figure out how to set this up. I say as this game is still open, so let me close it. And hopefully Godot decides, you know what? We're gonna close and we're gonna close. We're gonna get good. That's good. Let me go ahead and save what we have, since navigation has now been added. Ghost navigation. Enter and save. Wonderful. So the term hungry ghost is creepy too. I can see it. They're hungry for life. That's why they keep entering these areas. It's full of life, full of love, that sort of thing. I can see it being the case. Alrighty. So in that sense, this right now is how we have items set up. And so when you're in the world, and I can kind of show you here in the cafe, and pull up an item, cafe, where are we at? Oops, not type cafe, I need to type in item. So item right now, this is the area. The item spawns here. It says it's spawning below there. But the item spawns on the table, and you have to be in this area in order to pick it up. So it needs to be a separate item that is an item, but is a ghost food. And it should have a bigger range so that it pulls the ghost towards the item. So that's what we need to set up. So we can go ahead here and have a collision shape 2D. This is the range, I believe. Let me double check. No, area 2D, here we go. So where do we set up range on this area collision? That is set up priority input transform. Nope. Linear, nope. I'm pretty sure it's here. There should be something like radius, but I'm not seeing it. Radius? No. Oh, I know. I had to click on this. Yeah, there we go. So depending on the item, we can kind of set the radius. And that shouldn't be too hard. For right now, let's just have a way to show different types. Right now we have the value product, and I do think it'd be fun depending on if it's a bad thing. We could set it up to be different colors or burnt, or something else can happen. Maybe doing a poor food can spawn a ghost. But I don't want the game to do that later down the line for people to have a way to do right. I need to farm ghosts, so let me just make a lot of bad food. But at the same time, I guess that could be a strategy, generating a lot of bad karma, spawn in all the ghosts. Oh boy, I'm not ready for people to try to game the system, but that's always fun to see people trying to break it. That's why I released the prototype as it is right now for the rhythm part of the game, so people can break it, so I can start to fix what needs to be fixed, but allow other ways. And hi Fabio, welcome back to stream. Hello. So let's see. Right now, this is the item, and we also need in our ready, in our funk underscore ready. We need a way. Oh, well, this is fine. Right here. We need an int for value. Let's see. For right now, this is how we set up and make food. If we go back over here. So let's do a comma here, and this will be pick up. Pick up radius. This is how we can have it. So pick up radius. So pick up radius. RADIUS. That's not a D. IADIUS. Like that. Pick up radius. And then we can do pick up radius. And it'll be a int for now. Or I mean, it's a float. So let's keep it as float. And then we can have it equal 13, which it usually is. So if we don't enter the pick up radius, it's just going to be 13. And then what we can have on here is for all of our set values in our collision shape. We can go ahead and grab that guy here. Oops. Like this, if it'll let me. So our collision shape here And then we can set the collision shape, hopefully, dot radius, or how do we have to do this? Let's see. So it is dot shape dot radius, I'm guessing. So dot shape dot radius. No. Oh boy. Dot shape radius. Can I just okay. How to set collision shape radius? That's what we need to figure out. Let me pull open the old Godot Google Docs and say, okay, so Godot set collision radius in code. How do we do? So if we're using circle shape 2D, gotcha. So radius, okay. Shape dot radius, so it depends, I see. So it should work, dot radius. It just doesn't want to work, radius. That should work, equals radius. Pick up radius, there we go. That should work, and it should give us 13. And then when we do the food here, so for example in the cafe, we go back up here. When we summon the food, this should be a food you shouldn't be able to pick up, or maybe you can just give it to the ghost. So it can either be a thing of you lure the ghost to you, or maybe you can just pick up the ghost food and just run out here with the food in your hand, in your tray, and the ghost eats the food. They just kind of, it's back and forth run. I think that would be a lot more fun than just luring the ghost. As I feel like that would slow down playthroughs, and I definitely like the feeling of running back and forth a lot more. So the ghost just needs to get in the radius of the food, and I think that works. And the ghost will then disappear once they touch the food. So we're going to need a way to, well, we'll just have the ghost disappear for now once they get to the food. The ghost will go to the player, follow the player, if their player is in radius. So let's see, If we go ahead, and we need to add a collision shape 2D for spotting radius. I should just be able to do this, and we can call this here vision. And then this guy right here can be big for our area radius. So let's just make the vision like this. Just about that. For now, let's make it red. And I'm not sure how do we do roaming. That'll be interesting. And that's why I'm thinking the, alpha needs to be a little bit lighter. That's why I'm thinking the, hold on, if it'll save first. Froze for a second. I'll give it a second to unfreeze. Let me get some water. The good news is we don't get ghost working today. We can always move it off to working on it tomorrow. The menus, well worried about. Yeah, it's a thing of can fix later. Right now the ghosts are of the high priority, and then we can kind of work on the nice good feeling of the menus, but Godot needs to save, and that is what it's not doing. So let me go back to, what can we work on while we're waiting for this to finish? Let me open up Opera, and we can mess around with the settings. Let me make this a little bit bigger while we're waiting on that so I can show you the spell list and everything. This should be open and go while we're waiting for Godot to finish its own thing. And I guess, in a way, nostalgia, well, only nostalgia works right now. Oh, did Godot finish itself? Did it? Are we good? Oh, wow. It did finish it. Wow. I was expecting it to crash. I don't have much hope as more in this program, but it's okay. It's not a program issue, it's a me issue. I'm certain of it. And it seems my collision shape is not the same. Hold on. I think because I duplicated it. So let me just collision shape this. Collision shape. Make it its own collision shape. And then make it a circle. And that should work. Wonderful. So this is its vision. This is radius. This is the radius you have to be in order for the ghost to detect you. And that's why I'm calling it vision. And then it needs to have a function like on body entered. Let's see. I don't have that. So we need an area 2D. Area 2D. That will tell us where the body is entered. So we can do that. And now on our area 2D, on body entered. That's what we need. And on body exited. So you really don't need to worry about the player exiting. Once that player is in radius, the ghost is locked on. So we can go ahead and connect. So on area entered 2D, and this is under ghost, which is nice. So if body is player character, then we set target equal to player character. Target equal to player character. And that should, oops, target equal to body. There we go. And that should hopefully set us up for, okay, make sure the side thing is good. So now we have a way to show the target. Right now we don't need, the ghost only has one target, which is the player. And we can go ahead and have, that should be good to go. What I want to do in our ghost follow state is also change this up as this entered. We don't need this enter, truth be told. That data doesn't really mean anything to us. I mean, it doesn't. Enter data if body equals target. No, that works, yeah. Actually, we can keep this. As then when we call our state machine, we can call the enter function of the state machine. Since when we start off the state machine, it should really be idle. And our idle, the way that ghost idle will work is they'll have a wander mode. So I guess that's what we'll do. Wander. Oops. We need a state mode for that. We'll go ahead and copy this. Copy, or duplicate it really. Duplicate it. And this is ghost idle. Or wander. Have you tried other game engines or only Godot? Only Godot. I thought about trying other ones, and maybe I'll try other ones in the future, but I like the way Godot looks, and when I take a look at other, just general look at other engines, I don't quite like it, but I'm open to looking and maybe trying for a challenge or something, or maybe a game jam, seeing if I like things like Unity or Unreal. Ghost, wander, duplicate. Just, yeah, that is, I would like to, but right now, I like the way Godot works with the node system. I think it's really neat, and it feels nice and cozy to be in here. All right, so state machine, let's go ahead and add a new node. Like this, and then we can go ahead and do this here, and then this node will be ghost wander state. And really this is the state that it starts off as. And we can go ahead and add this to here. And then here in our ghost wander state, we open this up, class name, wander, or ghost wander state, like that. This could be changed later. I'm just keeping up to what it is currently. And it extends state like that. And for right now, yeah, that works. Though in our wander state, let's just copy our current follow state like this. Make it nice and easy on us. Oops, I think I copied a little bit too much. This should just be ghost wander state. And this is the state that's entered upon just existing. As I think what would be fun is to get maybe certain candles that you could do to ward off ghosts, or maybe get more ghosts to come. And it's a sort of risk and reward thing where customers are more impatient when ghosts are there. So it's a thing of, all right, you want a little bit more challenge? You can have some ghosts come around, but you'll also suffer by customers leaving more often. I think that's fun. So I'll go ahead and connect all of these to their proper things. So we have animation tree, we have navigation agent, we have move sprite, we have body, which is their body, and the target, which is null. Alrighty. Go ahead and do all of that. So in the wander state, they don't have a target. That's the thing. We can go ahead and get rid of this. So function enter, we don't need any of that. We just need maybe like an update variable. How about that? Like a way to update. I know there's a way to do idle and wander. Maybe we should start there. So let's see, Godot, idle, wander, state. That is part of what makes state machines, isn't it? So Godot 4, idle, wander, state. And what do we get? Here we go. So every, I guess, update maybe every 10 seconds or something along the lines, depending on the ghost. For example, if we do decide to do different ghost personalities, like with customers, maybe a more angry ghost moves around more. Different things. Let's see. The wander state. Okay. The wander, speed, time, direction, it seems. I'm just going through here. Okay. So we do need an idle state. And I think customer idle state works fine if we go back in here. And idle state seems to work okay in here. So we'll just grab the ghost idle state and we'll duplicate this as well, just in case we do need it to be different. We can go ahead and call this ghost idle state and duplicate that as well. And we can go ahead and add this to the state machine by adding a new node. And we'll call this node getting rid of 10 ghosts. Remember? What do you mean? I don't remember at all. Not one bit. I'll do a little bit more of an explanation on that one. The ghost idle state. And this is just a ghost standing still and hovering. Getting rid of 100 ghosts, nostalgia junkie. Oh, I don't know that reference at all. Not one bit. An achievement. Ah, interesting. You mean it's an achievement from nostalgia junkie? Is that what you meant? In that case, no. I still don't know, but I think making achievements would be fun. That does at least sound fun. I feel like coming up with achievements might be a little bit tricky, but overall it could be fun. So idle sprite, animation player, animation tree. That makes sense. And I'm wondering, does the customer have 2 animation trees? No, just 1. Okay, it's all good to go. And our target, no target, next stage, no next stage needed. Right now, this is just animation player.play and state machine travel idle. Interesting. And okay, to read that. Ideas for banishing different amounts of ghosts. Yeah, like an achievement. Like you've banished so-and-so amount of ghosts, and now you've got the title of Banishing Master. Something like that I think could be fun. So we have an idle state, and I think as well, this radius of vision could also be the radius that customers get affected. So if they're affected, then their speed of patience lowers faster, or goes faster. Their patient lowers, that idea. But that comes a little after to see. Once we get the actual ghost mechanics working, then we can do that. Let's see. We have the ghost idle state. That seems to be good in motion. In our animation player itself, let's add, oh no, we do have an idle animation. Wonderful. Okay, so it seems to be working well and dandy. We just need a way to go from idle to wander, until the ghost spots the player, and then they follow the player. And you can't lose as a player once they're following. And another thing I want to add as well is that ghost can't, it would look weird if they could go on the walls. So let's make it so they can't. And that would be hopefully as easy as just selecting the wall tile. So this guy here for navigation, if we go back up in our, not our physics, but our navigation layer 2, and grabbing this guy and deleting it. So we no longer want you to navigate on the walls. I think that looks a little silly. If it'll let me. Delete. Should be. Delete like that. Yep. There we go. So hopefully now, as it's freezing for a second, let it save, and since it's frozen, water break time. Hopefully now they can't walk on the walls though. I think that looks a little funny. Otherwise it kind of looks like they're floating, and then at that point, are they floating here, or I feel like it would look a little funny. Godot isn't responding. Oh, there we go. Godot's back. Wonderful. Okay. So now they shouldn't be able to walk on the walls. That is good news. And if we go back into Ghost, now we need a way for them to idle and to move. And if we go back into here into their idle state, or not idle state should be nice and easy. They just stay still. So if I go into the state machine here, set the initial state to idle. If we add a ghost to the game, they should just stand still. I'll go ahead and add a ghost here. Where are we at? Ghost. Like you. There we go. And now if I click play, the ghost should stand still. It does not stand still. Oh, that's because it's customer idle up there. Hold on. It's called ghost idle state. And let me make sure it's also ghost in here. We didn't mess up anything. So this is ghost idle state. Nope. Hold on. All right. I knew it. This isn't customer idle state. It's ghost idle state. Every time I copy things, it always messes up for a bit. So ghost idle state. There we go. And this is connected. This is, yes, ghost idle state GD. So Godot seems like a nice engine, to be honest, the more you see how you work with it. I agree. I'm telling you, Godot's lovely. And I heard that sound, but I can't see it. It looks like it's a, hold on, let me. And now a program where I can see it very quickly. So let me, hold on. There we go. Sean S. Thank you on YouTube. Welcome. Okay. And yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a thing of, I haven't tried other engines, but for how I've been working, I've been liking this sprite setup. Not sprite, node. Nodes do different things and they're kind of like plug and play. I don't like Scratch, which is another way to code with blocking, but it kind of reminds me of Scratch. And you still prefer not using game engines tools that put their brand in the very start of a game. You don't have to, if you know how to do the engine, it doesn't start up at the start of the game, which is nice. You just have to know how to edit that portion, but that is by default how it is, yeah? But you can change it. Okay, so now it's ghost idle state. Now let's enable it and see. I see. So ghost wander state is not happy. Okay, so there's no target on wander. So we can go ahead and get rid of these guys. There's no target. So why would we need any of this? Like this. Are you happy now? Okay, so let's see. Okay, cool. And now we are in ghost idle state, which is good. So idle state, they just sit there, they don't move. They're just existing. So they'll go from idle, wander, and then when the player enters their vision area, then they follow the player around. That is the idea of the ghost. Let's go ahead and hide it. Now we just need to make sure idle is working. And let's see, all of this can be edited. Right now we want their wander state to work now. So let's go ahead and update it so that the basic is wander. And then how wander will work is, I think, unless, well, they start off in idle, and then after a bit, it can swap over to wander, then wander can swap back over to idle, depending on it. And I think, where are we at? Where we are, okay. And then, let's see, scraping around here. And I can show you as well if we go in, let me double check. Where are we at? Here? Yeah, lovely. We'll go ahead and transition. So I can show you what I'm looking at. And state machine video. And, oh, hold on. Audio can't be heard. Should it be heard now? Let's see, hopefully. No, it can't be heard still. A little unfortunate. I'm just scraping through here, trying to see. For example, idle, it's talking about the idle state machine. I do already have all of this. It's kind of swapping into the different modes. The thing is that it needs to choose an area to go to, and that's where we're getting a little messed up at. So for example, let's see, pass, update, all of those things. And I know he had, yeah, for example, wander state, direction, speed, time. Okay. Direction, speed, time seems to make sense. We want them to go into a random area, or we want them to calculate a spot to go to. And at speed, they already have a speed, so we don't need to change speed. And then we need a time. I don't think we need a time. We kind of just need the ghost to, well, kind of a time, I guess, now I'm thinking about it. If we go back into concepts, I can explain a little bit better what I mean. So for example, there's two states, right? And let me turn my tablet back on. Likes to go to sleep, which is good. Saves me on power. But only, yeah, okay, we're good. There is the wander state, A-N-T-E-R, and the idle state, I-D-L-E. And they swap back and forth between the two until you are spotted. So idle's just sitting there on a timer. Let's start timer. And this timer is checking to see if it should swap over to wander. We could do that, or we could just test every so often. But maybe the timer is for how long they'll idle for. So for example, maybe they idle for 10 seconds. Or should we do every 10 seconds, let's roll a dice or something. For example, just randomize to check to see if we idle. But I think for right now, let's just have a timer. And then after that timer ends up, we go to wander. And then from wander, we choose a random spot. I'll write that down here. So random location. Random location or direction? Random direction. So random direction. Direction until you hit a wall. So random direction until collision. Collision. C-O-L-L-I-S-I-O-N. Random direction until collision. And once you hit that wall, then you stop and you idle. And then you choose another direction and you wander again. Though, I'm wondering about wandering. For example, if we get into an area, like here, this is the wall, imagine, and then this is the ghost. This is our spooky ghost. If the ghost hits this wall and they stop and idle, what if the next time they move again, they hit another wall? What do you do then? Do you just check to see, or? That's what I'm wondering. So I guess maybe we'll need some sort of ray casting to choose direction? Oh boy. I didn't think I'd get into this because in the video the guy shows it's an open space. So it's just walking into something. But if they get stuck in the corner of a room, i.e. if they get stuck here, or even now that we have the updated one here, we don't want them to stay in this corner if they get stuck. We want them to figure out where the next location is. So I think, yeah, that's a good idea. We want them to have a direction course. So maybe, for example, either one, recast a point in the direction, or we have a way to show, all right, check your 4 directions, and depending on 4 directions, choose one that's open. So this would be an open spot, this would be an open spot, this would be an empty spot, filled spot, and that would be a filled spot. So the idea is that every time we go to do a random direction, we check to see if the spot in front of them is open, and we don't want them to run into walls. So that's what that's checking for. I think that would be handy. Or at the very least, I know some characters have, and let me grab our little ghost here again, as we have a little ghost here. They'll have the ray cast here and the direction they're facing, but this is more so side scrollers. But they have their direction facing so that when they hit the wall, they turn around and bounce back. But because it's more so top down, it's a little bit tricky. So that's why I'm wondering, as they don't really face directions, but I mean, I guess in a sense they do, right? Depending on their movement, we can have it point or set the direction of the raycast. That way we don't have to have 4 arrows. We just have 1 arrow that moves depending on the direction they're facing. I think that's a little bit better. So for example, if I move back over to Godot, where are we at? Here in our wander, yeah, I think it's here in our wander state. Nope, it's not. In our move, idle, follow state, you can kind of see. Hopefully, at least. Idle, move, okay. So depending on the animation that plays is the, okay, it did pop up on screen. Depending on the animation that plays, we can set the raycast to that direction. So for example, when they're going down plays, that is the raycast. When they're going up in that place, that is the raycast. So in saying that, what I mean is in our animation player, we have animations here. So move down, you can't see it. That's a bit of a shame, hold on. Let me see if I can, I can click through if it'll let me, unless it decides, you know what, now I'm gonna crash. It froze for a second, so I'll give it a second. But we have different animations set up depending on the movement. Hold on, So I'm thinking, as right now the way it works, this is animate the customers, but that's changed to ghost. But it direction body, so this is checking movement, and then this is setting the animation tree dot set depending on the direction. So I think here is where we can move the ray casting to, depending on where they're looking. And since this is frozen, let's go ahead and close it and reopen it. I think that'll work better than having 4 ray cast. It'll just choose a direction depending on where it's looking, and then once it's gotten that area, it bounces. I think that will work instead. As right now, the only thing keeping our ghost locked in is the borders. We can go ahead and click on Godot, reopen it, and give that a go. We can give it a go in Godot. Edit, reopen, and let's see if we can get it working. Okay. Good. So back in here in our state machine, let's just change this to animate customer, animate ghost. So if animation tree dot set, state machine. And then we need, I'm thinking, a function like set underscore set collision detection, or set ray direction here. A function that sets the ray direction. And then we have down here, set ray direction, like this, and it does void, and then go down. So now this function does things. And now what we need it to do is match animation tree, animation player dot animation, something like that. So how do we check? There we go. Animation player dot current animation. And right now, what we want to do is have one for, if we go back to animation player, there is move down, left, up, and right. So we have move down, and we'll do pass. So we need move down, move left, move up, move right. So move down, move left, and then move up. So move down, oh, if I can select, down, left, up, and right. And what this is being assigned to is if we go back into, so new here, this is kind of unrelated, but is your voice hoarse after a stream? You admire my ability to continuously speak? Well, you see, the other day I did some shouting for some voice acting, so my voice is hoarse only because of that. But I think after a while, as you go on to speak and do streaming, your voice strengthens. But at the moment, my voice is a little bit hoarse, only because I did get a little bit extra for a character I attempted to play. So this is the animation here. This will be moved down. These guys down here. This is up. This is left. This is right. And depending on the direction, we want the raycast to point in that direction. So that's the idea here with the matching. Yeah, my voice is, I'm really glad when I'm giving it a break. I've been continuously drinking tea these last few days. So that's not all it's cracked up to be, this voice acting here. Alright, so let's go back to Godot and see if we can get this working. So back in here for our ghost, let's add a raycast. Raycast. And that's this little arrow guy here. And the raycast will check collision for world, player, customer. Okay. But where is this raycast looking to collide with? That is the now new question. And this raycast will look to make sure it's not colliding in. Let's make sure it's here. And this raycast guy here cannot be too long. As we go here into our thing, you can kind of see where it's pointing to. So if the ghost is walking down, the arrow should be down. If they're walking left, turn it left. That's the hope of this animation bit. However, the question now is, what is the question? I lost my train of thought. We go back into here, move down, left, up, right. Yes, okay. What was my train of thought? Oh, collision, that's what it was. Yes, I remember wholeheartedly. Okay, so for example, in our cafe background, this is the collision right now. We have world and we have world. So it's checking for collision with these guys. That's not what we needed to check collision for. We need another collision that it needs to check for. And it's not world. It is number 2. This is the raycasting collision. And you're glad you're at least trying to take care of it. Seems like you're doing a great job communicating your thought process. Thank you. I try. A lot of people that come on here are new to game dev, as am I. So I try to explain things, especially since explaining things helps me understand what I'm doing a little bit better than just doing it. And I forget what it's called, like, I believe something along the lines of the rubber duck method, i.e. where what you're doing, if you can explain it aloud to either an inanimate object, or in this case, people on stream, it can help you figure out a problem a little bit easier. So I'm glad it's working. Okay, let's see. So I want to select this wall here that we do have, and then I need to set its collision, so it's physics. And this is the physics layer 2. And this is the physics layer we have to worry about. Everything else doesn't have physics but this border here, and that's what the ghost is looking for. We should be able to just edit these guys here, like that. And this is the only physics layer in collision layer 2. And then if we go back into ghost here, in our raycast, we just set this collision max to this one here, right? Oh no, they all say player, customer. Oh, well, that's not good. Collide with area bodies. Okay. I don't know how raycasting works. This is true. Sometimes the best way to learn is to teach. It's reinforcing. Yeah, exactly. I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm definitely no teacher, but hopefully by explaining it through, I can get better, and I definitely do think it's helping. However, this collision mask, oh boy. Player, world. Okay. Let's set it to be, I guess, layer 8 for that. And then if we go back to cafe, we need physics. We need a physics layer. Well, that is this, right? This physics collision mask. Right now, this one is set to world. I see. All right, so not player, it needs to be 8, which is this guy. And 8 is set as border. There we go. So 8 for border, and this is also on 8. Good. Let's see. You're not an inanimate object. I said orb viewers. No, you're not. No, you're very animated, if I must say. Very animated and very mischievous. So I've learned. Okay, so I think this should work now. It should detect, hopefully, the walls. Fingers crossed. And if it detects the walls, we bounce it to the other spot instead. So it moves in that direction. Now we just need a direction distance. So it chooses a random direction to move and a distance. And I say that the ghost also needs to not collide with this wall here. We can go ahead and go back in here to our tile set. So not only does it need to not connect with the border or detect border, it also needs to detect here as well. So we can go ahead and hopefully just do, oops, zoom in a little bit. There, and there. There we go. Wonderful. Okay, and let me get some water. Okay, so with all that said and done, now we should have good borders. And save. Good. Okay, with that all said and done, now let's try to see about it detecting or changing the arrow depending on its direction. And if we go into debug, I think when option enable, path nodes, no. Navigation, I think it's collision shapes that we need to look at for raycasting. My only question is areas. Does the raycast check tile maps? But I'm wondering. We'll see about areas and bodies. However, what we can do now is say the rotation I'm thinking. So for example, if I click here and do rotation and transform, rotation is 0 if they're looking down. Rotation then changes depending on the area, but since this is their body, we have to change where this is. So I can move this up here, since this is their collision, and then I can go ahead and edit this like that to make it a little bit easier. So since this is the center point, and with that said, if they're moving down, the rotation is 0. Let's go ahead and add that in here for our navigation and our state machine. In our wander, or really follow. Right now we're moving to follow, and then depending on follow, we can kind of go off of there. So we can go ahead and grab the raycast. And that is a matter of at export var. And let's Godot freezes, in which case, water break again. Okay. Alrighty, Godot. Work with me here. I know we've had our differences, and I know times are tough at the moment, but you know, I gotta move things along. It's still frozen, so now it's white. That's all. Oh, there we go. Look at that. It's working with me. I appreciate it though. All right, export var, and we can go ahead and say ray or detection ray. What did I call it? I don't know. I think I called it something like having names is always important. So I try to keep that in mind, but for right now, let's just call this collision ray. So collision ray. And it is a raycast. Raycast. So back in here, we have that good to go. And then in our wander state or follow state, if I go ahead and close this, we now have that collision ray that we can just assign. And then, depending on their movement, move down collision ray dot rotation, PION, rotation. Ooh, rotation or rotation degrees? Let's see. If we go back into here with our raycast, rotation, what does this say? This is rotation. This property is edited in the inspectors in degrees. If you want to use degrees in a script, use rotation degrees. Okay, let's just use rotation degrees then. So it would be rotation degrees. Rotation degrees equals 0. Does it have to be float? In which case I'll just do 0.0. Save it, zoom in a little bit so I can see. If it is moving left, then what is the rotation? Let's see. The left rotation would be a -90. This would be a, okay, what if we do this? This would be a +90. So to the left is -90, to the right is +90. Or no, left is positive, right is negative. Right, hold on. So this is 0. 0, where are we at? 0. All right, so to here is -90, +90, and then this is 180. Okay, so up is 180, like this, 180. To the left is -90, -90, and And then to the right is positive 90. Oops. Go back down here. So right is positive 90. Hopefully. And then we have the set ray direction. So if we click play, I want to see if this ray shows up. And it does. However, if you look, interesting if I do say so myself that the ray is not 0 and just got recommended to you and you're gonna subscribe already. Hold on, I can't. It sounds in my ear. MCQ07NG. That is an interesting name, but thank you. I'm glad you found me, and I'm glad you're enjoying all of this pain of programming. But hi, and welcome to stream, and welcome to the channel. I'm gonna guess it's Queen or something along those lines. You can tell me though. I'd love to know how to pronounce it. So if direction, yeah. The issue is our move down. I see. Okay. If they're idle, that is important. If it is idle like this, they also need to. And I'm pretty sure the way you can add onto it is like a comma. I think that is. So I can do this. I think, perchance, like that. So I can set multiple factors depending on what I want. So now if I click play, well, what do we get? We still get something up here, which is interesting. It is in wander state. Maybe that's why? So let me go ahead and hide that. Wander state will be fixed, but if we set the state machine to idle, let's see. It's all about trial and error. So idle, okay, save, click play. Do we get it, the arrow pointing down? No, we don't. Why? That is the question. Why is this arrow pointed? And we could go ahead and check, I'm pretty sure, if I, first off, mute the game. And if I go in here, for my own ears, we can check on if I hide this. Here, when the game's running, we can go ahead into the cafe, go to the ghost, if we can find the ghost. And underneath the ghost, in the raycast, we can check the rotation. Right now, the rotation's 169, which is odd. As why is it 169? Huh? Where is it getting 169 from? I don't know. So let's go ahead and stop the game. Is it 169? Oh, that's why it's 169. I think I figured it out, which is good. It's always half the battle is figuring it out. There we go. That's why it was wonky. The default was 169. Okay, it's okay. Let's go ahead and set the state machine to follow, like this. And let's go ahead and save. And then if we go back into our cafe with our ghost, let's have the ghost follow the player. And I'm just wondering if there's a way to hide, or here, this is what we can do. We can go back into our area 2D collision, or this guy right here. Set the vision to be way down so I can actually see what I'm doing, ghost. Like this. A very light collision. And then our raycast, can we set the color of the raycast, or? No, I don't think we can. I think that is its own color, which is fine. I just want to see it. All right. Let's go ahead and click. Oh, hold on. We have to make sure the ghost is, okay, ghost is following the player. So I'll click on play, open the game back up, and what do we get? It is not changing, you can see. I don't know if you can because it's so blue, but the arrow below it is not changing when they're moving. And that isn't what we want. We want them to, whenever they're turning, that's when the ray should move. We need to modify it a little bit. Let's go ahead and hide this. And, oh, Godot does that. It does do that a lot. Which is more than dandy and fine. Let's go ahead and reopen Godot. Click edit. While it is reopening, let's get some water. One water bottle down. One more to go, and then I'll have to get a refill. Issue is, by the time the stream is halfway done, it's already lukewarm, and I like my water cold. So I usually have to take a break. So let's see. All right. You're not moving, which is interesting, and I'm wondering why. And, oh, was that the fault? I see. I just got your follow. Thank you once more. Okay, Ghost. You and me, mano. Let's go ahead as well and debug. Well, why is, oh, I know why. We can go ahead and hide this guy for debug on our navigation. We're just worrying about this arrow. And right now, for some reason, when we're doing our follow state, the arrow isn't arrowing. So what we can Cool. Oh, okay. So let's go ahead and print and see what we're doing for animation idle player dot current animation. Is it dot name? Is that what you want? I don't know what you want. So let's see what it's actually looking for. And I think that's why it's not matching. So let's go ahead and print whenever the direction is set. And I'm sure this is probably gonna spam it a lot. Let's see. Play. What do we get? Uh-huh. Interesting. It's not printing anything. Isn't that odd? What is printing, but it's not printing anything. It's working. And hi, Dungeons and Determinations. Welcome, welcome. It's working. It's just not... I'm not sure why it's empty. Isn't that odd? And McQueen. I did it. I did it. Wonderful. The name is something super cringy came up when you were in high school. It doesn't really have a pronunciation. I see. And did you make the art yourself or using assets? Art for the game? If so, yes, I did. Yes. It was on previous streams that I've done this art, though. This art that we have currently is temporary. It will be getting an art uplift once we get the prototype up and running. But yes, indeed, I did make them all myself. If I do say so myself. But McQueen, got ya. That's good to know. All right, so when we printed it, it was just blank. Interesting. So animation player, how do we get current animation? That's what I thought this would do. String, get current animation, is that what you want? Okay, let's try that. So animation player dot get underscore current animation. Does this work? And let's go ahead and print that as well. Is this what it wanted? Okay, so let's click play. See if that works. No, it does not. Interesting. Okay. How do we get... Unless it closes. How do we get the current animation? Let us Google it. That's the easiest way. Check the docs in Google and see what Google tells you. Let's see. Godot 4. Get current animation from animation player. What are you gonna tell us? So how to get the name of the current animation from the animation player. Animation tree. Ooh, I don't like the way that looks. I still don't like how I died. I will show you as well here. They're saying we have to do something like this. Animation tree dot root dot get node animation node name dot animation. That doesn't sound right. There's gotta be a better way. Let's see. How do you get the name of the current animation? Animation player. We can check this docs, see if this helps. That's what I'm thinking. It should say current animation as the string. That's what I thought, but that didn't happen. Okay, let's try again and see if we can get it working. As current animation should print back current animation. The key of the current animation. If no animation is playing. Maybe that's it. It says if no animation is playing, the property's value is an empty string. So is no animation playing? Changing the value does not restart the animation. Okay. I think I know what our problem is. Let's go back here. So, if animation player dot is playing, something, it didn't want me to figure it out. I remembered. Okay, I just have to remember. Check to see if an animation is playing. That's what we wanted to check. Because I'm thinking it's printing out blank, as it said, because no animation is playing, which is interesting. Maybe it's because the animation tree, but I thought the animation tree worked by changing the animation player itself, but maybe not. As, yeah, animation tree dot set. Okay, so what if we do this? Animation tree dot... Ooh, okay, hold on. If I do animation tree in the docs, and I search it up, where are we at? Okay, using animation tree. With animation player, animation tree. Okay, bring it back over here. I'm pulling it everywhere. So node path pool, animation player change. I'm thinking maybe it's something to do with this. And do you have a deadline for the project? I do. It's not a hard deadline, but I'm hoping to finish this game by the end of the year. And hopefully we can finish the prototype of the game by the end of this week. That way we can flesh out the game and add extra art and actual extra bits to the game. Right now I want to get the core elements working. So I want to get the rhythm game working, which it is. I want to get the cafe working, which it is. I forgot to add the ghost, which are the enemies in the game. So right now we're trying to add the ghost to the game, the ghost enemies. And that's what we're trying to figure out with navigation. But yep, deadline is hopefully by the end of the year. Okay, so please make a, 3 days ago, but look at that. Please make an is finished or is playing method signal like animation player. Since even though the blend trees and state machine in the animation tree uses animations from an existing animation player, is finished or is playing are not triggered for the player when the tree is used. It seems like 3 days ago, someone else will have the problem that we're having, and we're trying to figure out what's going on, what's happening with our animation player. The good news is that this wasn't 3 years ago. It's only 3 days ago. So there's hope. I'm hopeful. I'm hopeful in figuring it out. What do we want to do? That's the question. And just to make sure we know what we need. And so I don't forget as well. I get sidetracked very easily. I like to write things out. Current goal is you can see with a raycast, and let me turn my tablet back on since it fell asleep on me. Oh, if it will wake up. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you, tablet. Wake up. Oh. But did it die? Hold on. Dealing with ghost and death. Oh, I think it's good to go now. Are we? Hold on. There we go. It's working. Okay. What we want is to, depending on animation, depending depending on animation, animation, change ray position. Change ray position. Position. There we go. That is the goal. And the issue we're running into currently is that we're not able to tell what animation is currently playing. So the first step is checking and detecting the animation. And that is the issue we're running into. Okay. That's a little bit clearer for me now. So let's see. So print animation tree.get current animation. What we should check for is if animation tree or if animation player dot is playing, and this is I think what the other person had trouble doing. If playing, print this. Let's do if not is playing, and then print not playing. And if it's what I think it is, it's going to spam not playing. I think. And that's great indeed. I'm glad you think so. It's always lovely when it is. Okay, so let's see. Yep. That is what's currently happening. Keep an eye on it for sure. Lovely, lovely. Fingers crossed. But it's only my second game, so I'm attempting to do a little bit something bigger. Not too big, hopefully. But as you can see, running into little roadblocks, which is always fun but painful, but not playing. Okay, I see how you play. I don't like it. I don't want to be a part of your games. But that's why it's not detecting, because the animation player is just not playing. Okay. I'm thinking. Animation tree dot set move blend position direction. So we need a way to detect the direction, I guess. The way this animation tree is working is not tree. Is it tree, I think I'm thinking of? If we go back into animation tree here, into our move tree, if I can click edit, working like this. It's been a second since I've seen it, but the way it's working is that if you're moving up, do this animation. If you're moving down, do this animation. And depending on the direction is where the animation player is played. For example, I think I can click it, or if it'll let me click it. It won't let me click it. Maybe if I edit it, click, there we go. Let's see, yeah. So it says up here, you can kind of see, it says move left. If we go up, we want to move down. If we go right, we want to move right, depending on the X and Y. But the issue is we can't get this information, or it's not letting us get this information as a state machine travel move. Okay. Can we get the state machine dot? What can we do with state machine? If we go back into here, state machine, State machine, where are you at? Hold on. Let's go ahead and move you down to here. You down here as well. So state machine is animation tree parameters playback. I still don't know what state machine is. Okay, let me see about Googling. So state machine, animation players, trees, parameters playback. Godot. It's always about the little things you forget about and you have to set. Let's see. State machine, parameters playback. Animation node, state machine. So state machine.travel, and let me bring you over. Let's see. Provides playback control of an animation node state machine, allows control of animation tree state machine, retrieve animation.get players parameters. So I do think we will have to do what it was doing before, possibly. So get current play position, is playing, get travel path, is playing, next. We want the string. So get current node, I'm not too sure about. So returns the current playing animation state. Let's try that one. Get current node maybe. And you've never seen this screen before. You're new to animation trees. We're new to it all, but hi Disco, welcome to the best part about doing game dev, reading docs, isn't it? Or either reading docs or watching tutorials. But yeah, I'm getting into uncharted territory, even more than I usually do, so. Get current length, get current node. Let's try and see if get current, where did it go? I need to check get current play position, no. Get current node? Yeah, okay. Let's try get current node and see what happens. And this is from our state. So if I go back into Godot. So state machine, print, let's do it here. Print state machine dot get current node. And what does it give us? Docs are life. They are. The only issue is I learn best by seeing someone do it and do it themselves. So oftentimes I struggle to understand docs as I'm not very reading's not, I like reading, but I also have to hear it. I have to see it and I have to do it. I forget what type of learning that is. I know there's one for kinetic. That's doing it. Auditory is hearing it, and then visual is seeing it. I'm a combination of the three. All my senses have to be ignited. So I click play, unless Godot decides, you know what? Nope, we're not gonna play. It froze. So let's see what it does. And while we're waiting on that, let me get some water. Next water bottle opened up. Oh boy. Oh boy. It went black. Hold on. Oh, hold on. You don't have a live, laugh, love in your house. You have read, listen, docs. That's a good one. I'd love to get maybe some programming posters up or something. And you're more of a visual learner. You can read, but if I show you an example, you learn faster. Yeah, that's the thing. It's the thing of reading an example. That's why I really like tutorials and watching tutorials. The issue is a lot of people say, don't watch the tutorials, which is a little disappointing, but I understand why. A lot of people just copy and paste what they learn from tutorials, and that's an issue, but it's nice to hear someone go through the process and explain it while also seeing them do it and going through it. It helps a lot more, so I do agree, yeah. So let's see. So it's saying move, which is this. Okay. Initially, there was a thing that said the thing that did the thing of the thing that we saw, and I didn't want to do it, as I thought it looked like bad stay away code, but it might be what we have to do. So let me see. This is what I was looking at earlier and what we saw. And if I go back to here, we might have to do this. Animation tree dot root dot get node dot animation node name animation. Is that what we have to do? I don't like the way that looks. It looks scary. And hi gamer guy T, welcome back. Your favorite boy, or maybe not favorite, is back. welcome. I don't play favorites around here. I don't. Let's see. I could do with dot current animation, but if the animation player, the code no longer works. Always print out nothing instead of the name of the current animation. Okay, so animation tree, which we have, dot tree root, get node, animation node name. Don't know what that means. Let's see. animation tree.root. I'm curious to see what it says if we put it in Godot. So you can kind of try to see. And Godot documentation jump scare. Exactly, it's gonna spook you. For the next few days, you'll be waking up at night remembering all the lines and all the words. Oh, it's so scary. Let's see. I love animation. Just saw the word animation and the sentence came to mind. Animation is lovely. The only issue is being an animator. Oh man, especially for something like claymation. Oh boy, you have your work cut out for you. All right, so animation tree.set. What it's saying we can do is do something like this. .root.getNode. Let's see. Tree.root.getNode animation node name .animation. Let's print this out and see. And this is the thing, it's like, I can't really step into it like I want. For example, I can't hover over this. I can do tree root, and it tells you the root animation node. So it's the thing of I'm trying to understand it, but I can't step into it as much as I'd like. But fingers crossed this works. Let's see. We have to go back into follow state. Okay. Will it work? Not too sure. Let's see. Ooh, okay. So invalid access to property key animation on type null instance. So get node animation node name. Okay. Does it mean we have to put here maybe the animation player? Animation player dot name. Try that. Is that it? Is that what you want? No, it is not. Oh, this is not gonna be fun, is it? Not gonna be fun one bit. And let's see, you're not an animator, but you used to animate in a game making app called Scratch. Scratch. I was just talking about it before. It is website. Well, listen, hear it out. It's not just for kids and learners. There are some very talented Scratch creators out there, and it's scary. It's scary the power that they have. Scratch it seems simple until it's not, but it's not one of my favorites. I don't like the block feeling of it. Let's see. This doesn't work, and it's saying it doesn't have access. Where is it at? All this is navigation map stuff. I don't know how to fix that. Ignore the red. Just ignore it. Close your eyes. You don't see it. Let me play again to see what error we get. So, invalid access to property or key animation on base object of type null instance. If we just have animation player here, is that what you want maybe? Get node, it says. So maybe this will work? No. So get node and base animation node state.machine can't convert argument 1 from object to string name? Ever played Undertale in Scratch? Made you flabbergasted? I bet, but no, I have not. Animation player. Okay. So get node. Animation tree dot and root dot get node. What's interesting is it's like get node. I put the node in there and then it says dot animation. You would think I wouldn't have to do any of this and I could just do animation player dot animation or something like that, but it does not work, which is a little interesting. I think this animation might be our hold up here. Maybe it's not good to bind it to whatever we're doing in a direction sense, but I don't know. It just sounds so nice, doesn't it? Velocity equals direction dot speed. Okay, so what we need to do, I'm thinking, this is very tricky, as this would have been nice if we could just pair the animation to the rotation of the ray and do it from there, but not working. And this animation tree, it's saying get node. So tree root dot get node. Tree root dot get node. So the root animation of this animation tree dot get node. So get tree root dot get node. Let's go back to the docs. So dot get node is what I'm confused about. So dot get node dot animation doesn't work, and that's why I'm thinking that's not the good idea. I'm sure there is a way to do it. I just don't know how to do it. And you're more of a construct 2 guy instead of Scratch. I think I remember construct. I have tried a few, at least when I was younger, a lot of different engines, which you even call Scratch an engine. And forgive your ignorance, are you using Unity, Godot or something else. No worries. You can usually find the information of what I'm using from the applications and everything in the description of YouTube. But in this instance, I'm using Godot and I'm coding in GDScript. So it's a matter of, Godot's one of the newer engines on the block and not Unity, nope, Godot. It's a little bit new. Let's see, GDScript's kind of like Python, but it's its own language that the engine created for itself, which I also kind of find neat. Animation player, get current playing animation from animation tree. And what exists, this is the class, inherit nodes, oh boy. Did however find an answer, oh man. This is the stuff of nightmares. Going through here and not knowing what's going on and just squinting. Let's see. I'm trying to return the current playing animation from your animation tree, but I'm not not being able to figure out a way to make that happen without being able to use current animation, but that attempt fails because it doesn't seem to change current animation. Yep. Line always returns true. This line always returns false since current animation isn't properly anywhere on how I can show would help. You might have to familiarize yourself with animation nodes that exist. That is the class that the others inherit from. Take heed. This is, yeah, I can tell it's pretty deep. Oh man. Okay, thanks, that doesn't give me what you need. Yep, I did get something out of it. I did, however, find an answer. Hold on. Using animation node state machine playback, it has a get current node. That is what we saw before, the get current node method that returns the current running animation. That allowed you to do if state machine dot get current node not equal to attack. Okay. So what I'm thinking is, if we go back into Godot, it said state machine, and that is what I have. I have something labeled state machine. So if we do our follow down here, state machine dot get current node, state underscore machine dot get current node, like that. I think I also have to do this as well. What does this print? Let's see. Move. Okay. Not what we want. And looked at the description 2 seconds after asking. No worries. I do that there for people who don't know or who people usually do look at it, and it's always nice and easy that I can just direct to the description. But no worries at all. All questions are welcomed here. Indeed, there are no wrong questions. The good news is, aside from me dying for a second, as long as you're asking, that's good. I'd rather answer a quote-unquote silly question than not answer any at all and have them go unanswered. So let's see, get current length. Okay. So what we tried didn't work. We go back into here. It was down here. If state machine.get current node is not equal to attack. So we need the animation played is the issue here. And they have the attack mode, but we need the animation name. And I think if we also go back here and back, I think that's what it's saying up here with the get node dot animation, but we need the name. Okay, so get current node, which is move, but we need the animation. So if I go back into here into Godot, if I do dot animation, curious to see what happens, is it won't tell us what's going on here. And maybe move is what the root node should just wanted? Maybe. Hold on. Maybe. Hold on. Perhaps. Get node. Like this? Move. Hold on, you might be onto something. Like that. And then play. Hold on. Holding. Nope, that's not it. Oh, let me make sure that is the code that we had. Let me save that we maybe, but let me double check and make sure that is what the thing was currently. So it was tree dot. So it was animation tree dot like this. And then this was move. So that is what it was. And then if we go ahead and delete this, move is the node. And then, what do we get? Nope, invalid access to property. On base object type, animation node blend space 2D. What is that? Wait, huh? And it was worth a shot, it was indeed. I appreciate the suggestion. That's also why I like streaming the programming process, as if maybe someone else has an idea that I don't, or maybe someone catches something that I don't, and it's nice and handy than staring at something and realizing you forgot to add a 0 somewhere. That's the worst. Oh man. Or you add a double space somewhere and like here. Imagine that. That would break the whole program because that space is there. It's the worst. Okay. So does this, what happens if I do this? Let's see. I think this also breaks, yeah. So invalid access on property or key animation on base object of type string. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that there is not a way to track the animation player. Let's see, how to get current animation state in animation tree. Yeah, So get current node, blend shape. Isn't that what I'm using? So Godot, get blend shape animation from animation 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 tree. What do we get? How does one go about getting the animation tree as blend shape parameters? Trying to figure out how to do this. Yes. Let's see. Blend position. The blend space in the animation tree adds the blend permission. Blah. Okay, which you can control. Parameter section. Okay. So, perchance, when we go into here and hi, Quillis Dev. Welcome back. Welcome back with the pain of not knowing what's going on. But welcome back indeed. Okay. So what I'm saying is, this animation tree has in here, for example, the move, and then in the move, when you click it, it has the animation. Animation used to use as an output. It is one of the animations provided by animationtree.animPlayer. Okay, so I'm wondering let's see, dot animPlayer dot get name. What does that do? Let's see, get name expected. What does get name? Get name int. Returns the node indicated. I see. Get name count. Get subname. Those are all. I see. Get. This is oh man. Getting into uncharted territory here and I don't like it. I want to go back. So animation tree, animation player. Up here it says like a property animation. That's what I'm wondering. Animation tree dot anim player dot animation, but it doesn't do dot animation. ANIMATION on node path. Print. Okay. What is this print? I'm curious to see. It's a lot of curious to see, so it seems. So if I click play here, what do we get? Animation player. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Animation player, property animation. That's what I'm wondering. When I hover over here, it says animation player, animation to use as output. So property animation. It won't let me check the animation node animation. Open documentation. Here we go. Here, the string name for the animation. So how do we get the, oh, go back. I don't like doing indocs. However, I think this might help. So for example, property description, dot animation. So how do we get the animation? This gives the name of the animation. So animation to use as an output is one of the animations provided by. So that's why I'm thinking I should just be able to do animation tree.animPlayer. That doesn't work. And do you program outside using GDScript? Nope. I initially, when I started programming and learning about games, and I'm with you, animation trees are spooky. They're so spooky. You know, I'm making a spooky game, but this is, I don't wanna. Go back, backspace. But initially, this game, this cafe type of game with typing, was for a college project that I programmed in Visual Studio, and I used C++. But now that I'm out of college and I'm trying to learn a game engine, I'm remaking the game, but in Godot. So the only other language I saw, was C++, and the only other quote-unquote engine I've used is Visual Studio. But I haven't actually used another proper, so to speak, engine. That's why I'm wondering, animation player, animation tree.animPlayer.get concate name, slice. Okay, animation. That should work. But it doesn't. So animPlayer dot. So, oh, I see. It's the node path. Okay. If I go into here and click open documentation, This would be animation player. It is one of the animations provided by Anim Tree. We gotta get to here. I don't know how to get to here, and I think this is what we need to do. So this is the property of animation node animation, an input animation for a blend tree. So let's start off with animation node animation. Okay, we might have to work our way backwards is what I'm thinking. So animation tree and dot anim player works. So dot, let's see, get node, get hash, get slice. Interesting. Okay, let's back up. Animation tree dot anim player. We have all of these things. We only need anim player. Dot get name, get count, get property, get subname, get hash is empty. We don't need to get name. We need this guy up here, and that's what we're running into. Animation to use as output. It is one of the animations provided by okay, property animation. So I'm wondering. So dot animation, animation finished player started, callback, get animation. Oops. Or not get animation list. How about this? Animation tree dot get dot get is what is the setting? This is setting the value. Well, it says that there, but I mean, what? Where are we going here, animation player? Hold on. So if I go back into here into the follow state, animation tree, our dot set. Where is that at? Property description, anim player. No, we're looking for our dot set, and I'm not seeing it here. So maybe it's in the docs somewhere. Animation tree dot set. If we go back up here, animation tree dot set, and I'm not seeing that here. Okay, so animation tree dot set, and in here as well, you can see as I'm looking up here, this was the anim player I was talking about in this, and the path to the animation player used, but it doesn't talk anything about the actual playback. So I'm wondering, we have a set, we need a get. How do we get? That is the question. And if we go back into here in our Godot, we're setting stuff here, or let me make sure it's the right here before it freezes. So since it's frozen, water break, here we come. Okay. The issue is we're having trouble accessing information. So we're setting it somewhere, but how are we getting it? And we have the setter, but there's usually a getter in these things. And we have the set, so I'm wondering if we can just do dot get. Does that work? And that's what I'm wondering. It's frozen for a second, so oh, water stuck in my throat. There we go. It's frozen for a second here. I'm gonna let it try to fix itself a little bit more, but if not, I'll close it and reopen it. And so let's see, close and reopen. Let's give that a go. Because I think there's a way to do it. It's just that get. And if there's not, then we're probably gonna have to brainstorm other ways. Hopefully we can get the at least banishment working, and we can worry about the other stuff probably tomorrow. So I'll probably set tomorrow to work on also the ghost. As the menus can be worked on, but ghosts are really important to the game to add a little bit of spice of life to it. So if we go back in here to our follow, or not our follow, our follow, down here to our here, down here to our here. If we do animation tree dot get, what do we get? Animation tree dot get dot get process callback. Process callback node. Okay. If I do var name equals print var, I'm curious. Does that work? I'm getting desperate here. Let's see. Cannot return a value of call set. Haha, I should have known. And let's see. That's really interesting. You want to get into game development in the future. You do a bit of art and you're trying to learn a bit of coding at the moment. Hopefully at some point next year you try it out. You should. I do agree you should. It's fun. It's a little hard, but it's always fun. It's just a matter of problems and solutions. And if you like solving problems, programming and making stuff it goes in that direction. I'm not a big puzzle person, but I like seeing results of my work. So it's fun to set out to do something and then see it actually happen. And it's really impressive how much stuff you can get done without moving your arms. I am an eldritch princess, thank you very much. I have magic spooky powers, so I can do whatever I want, alright? You don't know the limitations of my powers. You don't know one bit. I'm not to be messed with. Not one bit at all. Let's see, var name does not equal that. So I'm wondering, this dot set, animation tree dot set, dot direction. Okay, let me Google that. Godot set animation tree. What are we doing here? No messing. I see. I couldn't tell. But good to know. Yeah, you know what? Just magic. Chop it up to that. I'm wondering about this animation tree dot set. Encode dot set. Oh, hold on. I think I found it. Down here, translation, get current state. Is that it? Is that what we're looking for? Is it? Hold on. Parameters.transition.current state. Is this it? It could be it. It could be. Hold on. I don't want to give my hopes up, but I'm also just, I don't want to be stuck on animation. Okay. So animation, so print this. Parameters, this. What do we get here? What happens here? Okay. This needs to be moved to here. What do we get in our print? Hold on. No, that's not it. Okay. Hold on. Get transition current state. How about that? What does that do? No. So close. I feel like so close, but let me shut this point. Current index. Hold on. I think this can work. Okay. So the idea here is that it works off of X and Y, right? So for example, if it's Y1, X1, if I go back into our animation tree and click here, and then I zoom up a little bit, when it is 1 up here, when our X is 1, if it'll let me click, I don't think it wants to. So if our X is 1 and this is 0, 1, then it is moved down. If it is 1, 0, maybe we can use this for the raycasting, is what I'm thinking, possibly. The only question is, or the only thing is, this direction bit is the velocity, so it kind of, it doesn't do as well in that sense as blend kind of messes with it, and that's the issue. So I'm wondering if we do this and do dot get here, does this work? Too many arguments. Okay, so we need the move blend position. The issue is our move blend position gives us a number, and that's not what we want. So if we go back here, get current state index, alternative syntax results, blend space. Okay, so if we go back into here, more documentation. As this is what we're messing with, the blend state, state machine, okay, immediate, those are all good to know, but encode, where do we mess at encode? So get the motion, get the actual blend value of the animation, we don't need any of that. Controlling from code, that is kind of what we need. We don't need blend amount, we just need to know the state itself. So state machine travel, that is what the state machine is. And then once retrieved, it can be used by calling the function, so travel.someState. I learned nothing. Oh man, I thought we had it too. Okay, hold on, let's see. So right now we get a number, but the issue is the blend space of the blend machine gives us like a kind of, it can give us decimals is the issue, and sometimes it gives us non-decimals. So if I do 0, 1, it doesn't work. If I do 1, 0, it doesn't work. It's just a matter of figuring it out, and that's the issue here. I can show you what I mean. if I go back into concepts and I grab my pen, turn on my tablet, do all of those things, and let it turn on, the blend space works like this sort of diamond thing, where this is X and this is, let me change the color, where this is X and this is Y, and this is 1, 1, and this is, or 1, 0. Well, that's not X, is it? This is Y, this is X. And then this is 1, 0, and this is 1, 0. And so it's getting coordinates like 1, 1. So if it's 1, 1, what animation plays? And the issue is because it's using decimals, we might also get something like 0.5 or 0.8, which is a little tricky as well. And the issue I'm running into is thinking, okay, even if we set it to be, okay, if it's greater than this, less than this, but we could also try and just see what happens. Example, setting it so that if it's 1, 1, we do this. My question is, does that work? I'm not too sure. We can try. There is nothing wrong with trying. So at this point, you know what do we have to lose, right? So tree.get position move blend position. But what I want to know is not blend position, but animation. Maybe there's a way to do it through here. Parameters move / animation, maybe? Get property string name. And then that. I feel like something here is where we can do it in the parameters. I'm just not sure where in the parameters, as that's giving null. Okay, so parameters move / and I wish it would tell us what the parameters are. Well, that was a little disappointing. I can't. I'm not disappointing. It could tell us, and I just don't know. But okay. Secret class. Let me move you back over to where I'm looking at currently. This is possible. The question is where? So animation tree, animation player. If we go down here, where were we at? Down here, where our parameters were. So time seek. No, we don't want that. So play child animation connected to port. Let's see. So parameters / so and so. Animation tree dot set. Animation tree dot get. And this is what we want. We want the parameters / and the issue is the get. We want the get of the current animation being played. So the okay, parameters / and I don't know, I can't highlight and die at the same time. I can't highlight and get this, but I think figuring out this syntax here is what we need to do. And depending on that, that's where we can get what we want. But getting to that where we want, that's the issue. Okay. I go back here and Godot's a little wonky, but let's say okay, give it a second and see if we can get it working. As if it's frozen and it doesn't want to work, we can just always close it, reopen it. So let me get some water. Okay, so print animation tree.get parameter move blend position. So that's accessing here blend position, which is some of this stuff. We need parameters / something like move / anim name, maybe? If we go back into the animation tree, animation, it's idle, and then these are all the move. Not what we want. We want something in the animation tree. So this is the root, this is parameters. And that's what I'm wondering. .get. And if we do .get property string, returns the variant value of a given property if the property does not exist. Okay. So in our animation tree, we have get, and then we have in our properties, we have anim player. Let's try that. So anim player. So if we go back into our wander, or not wander, our follow. So / anim player, / and we go ahead and do, let's see, we click in here. So this is the anim player, right? And so it's anim player / animation, I'm thinking, / animation. So ANIMATION. Maybe something like that works, maybe. So parameters / anim player / animation. We can see. Does this work? No. Okay. Maybe parameter / move, anim player / move. kind of messing around with parameters here. But I feel like it's here. No. Okay. Hold on. I feel like... had to sneeze there. Okay. So animation tree slash or dot get. There was code there that gave us move, right? So in our dot get parameter transition slash current state, this printed move. So if I do this should give us move, right? So if I go ahead and take away this, transition dot current state, this should be move. So maybe from move, we can access the animation. But it says null. Okay. Let's see. So dot get animation tree dot get parameters slash transition dot current state. It did something animation tree. Oh, OBS just stopped working for a moment. I'll give it a second to rework. It's been holding itself okay so far, but it seems like it refreshed well. Hopefully, fingers crossed. Animation tree dot get. I did something earlier that made it say move. Okay. Twitch seems to be back up. Hopefully YouTube's back up as well. Let me double check. Make sure. Always the beginning or the end is where things kind of mess up. But it seems... Okay, good. Back. That's wonderful. So yeah, it's always a little wonky, isn't it? Okay. So that's why I'm thinking parameters. This parameters here is good. Transition parameters. Because move has dot blend position, right? So if I do parameters slash move... What does that give us? Does it give us anything? I'm wondering. Let's see. No. Okay. And if I do parameter slash blend position, this gives us a number, right? If I click this as well, yeah, we get numbers. This is accessing move's blend position. That's why I'm thinking if we go back here into our animation tree, this is move in our path, and then this is all here. That's why I'm wondering, do we have to then go to parameters? Oh, here we go. Blend position. That's a little unfortunate. If you look up here, or yeah, you can't see it. The move only has blend position, which is unfortunate. So I think our animation player will not have to do move, but do anim player, I think. So parameter slash anim player. Is that what that's what this is. ANIM player. Let's see. Man, you've been working on a song for 2 months and everyone called it bad. Gotta go to bed crying. Oh, signal. I mean, as long as you think it's good. Sometimes, you know, music's not for the right person. Or, yeah, music's not for the right person. Sometimes it's just for you. And that's okay. And hi, Signal. Welcome as well to stream. Okay. So, anim player. Resources, local path. Idle, move, and that's what I'm thinking. Blend position. So we need to take the resource of this anim player, and that's what we have. So anim player, and that's what I'm thinking. Anim player, current animation is what I'm wondering. That should work, right? Current animation. So if I go back into our Wanderer, and yeah, I gotta find a way to... I think you're in the Discord, I think, Signal, but you can share it on there in the audio section. Okay, so let's see. Anim player, parameters. Oh, would you look at that? We do have an animation tree player here. So parameters playback is the state machine. What is this parameters playback? Oh, I see, here. Playback? No. In our animation tree, our playback is here. I see. And this is the animation node that it's looking at. So it's going into here. We don't want to go into here. We want to go into anim player. And that's what this guy is. Okay. So if we go back into our wander or follow state, we do not slash parameters, but do anim player, maybe? And then do backslash. From the anim player, we want to check the current animation. So current animation. Maybe it can be accessed that way? Let's see. There's no music, no way music pays off for everyone except for you. Oh, look at this, that one. Okay. So something like this. Watching you, Well, I mean, we don't really have that long to pick out the ghost stuff. Let's see. Does this work? No, it gives us null. Okay. animation tree.get anim player. What happens when we do this? Let's see. This gives us /animation player. Okay, that's not too bad. From anim player, we then do backspace, and that's what I'm thinking here. Then we do anim player current animation. Current _animation. CURRENT_ANIMATION. Like that. And then let's see. This gives us null. I haven't invested yet. Not quite yet. But it's interesting. Animation tree parameters playback. I'm kind of understanding it as I'm slowly dissecting it. For example, the parameters bit is everything that's in this group. That's why it goes into parameters then playback. That's what the state machine is. The issue is we want to activate here in our animation player. And that's where we're running into issues as I'm trying to go from animation tree into anim player. And that's not quite working. We have animation tree.set. So I'm wondering, how can we get to the current thing? So we can go to parameters. Then from parameters, we can go to only blend position and move. That's why it has blend position. So that's what I'm thinking. That's why it's not working. And then we have resource, and we also have idle, local to path, scene. We don't need any of that. We can't really use any of that. But that's what's going on here. So I'm wondering, let's see, root motion, no. Audio, no. Callback, no. Let's see. So anim player, that is what we currently have, and that's the animation player. And that is setting us to anim player _. And then from anim player, go in here. We should be able to have the current animation as the property. That's why I'm wondering, current animation, not too sure. If we go in here to anim player, this is where this is, current animation. And it's turning up null. That's what I'm wondering. If we do, go back to here, follow. Parameters playback, anim player, oh, freeze, so water. Let's start to stay on topic signal, but no, I have not. So let's see. Froze. I guess I'll drink more water while I'm at it. Oops. Okay. And if Godot, oh, no it did. Okay, I can save. So anim player, current animation. That doesn't work. /current animation. That also doesn't work. Animation tree .get .animation player. And what was on it up here in the blend shape, if we go back here, animation player get current node, return the current running animation. It has a get current node, so let me do state machine .get current node. Okay, let's see. You know what you're doing? Yeah, you did join a little bit late, but I'll explain. The issue we're running into right now is we need a way to detect where the ghost is looking. The issue is we can't detect where they're looking. There's this ray cast arrow here that we want to point this way when they're looking left. When it points right, we want it to look this way. But right now, it's not able to detect where it's looking. And I want to base where it's looking off of the current animation being played, but it's not detecting where the animation is being played, unfortunately. And that's I think I've been trying to figure that out for the last hour. Right now, it's not able to get that information that we need. It should work like this, that you can see down here, the idle, move down, move left, move up, and figuring out where the ray goes, but it's not doing it. That's the current issue. And I thought this would work, where we're getting the animation tree. And this is like watching the meme of the dog with the house on fire saying, this is fine. Exactly. Yeah, this is half of, not even half, this is like 90% of looking at it, trying to figure it out, it not working, trying something else, as long as you're trying. And I say that, but then it can lead to like years. Can't you chat DPP it? I tried that in the past, it didn't work. I remember the first time I think it was that I did a programming stream. We tried to using that method and it didn't. And I think it's because this is Godot 4, I think that's why this ChatGPT kind of takes old stuff in its newest update, right? It stopped looking at internet, current internet, And because Godot 4 was released last year, it's not able to look at Godot 4 new stuff. So let's see. Animation tree. And can you just set the rate based on the direction variable? The direction variable, the issue with that is that... Hold on. I'm thinking because of the way blend shape's working. If I go back into here, kind of explained it a little bit better. The thing with blend shapes is that it takes that direction and it's also making it... It might get something like this, right? Or is that not how direction works? Is it only zeros and ones? What happens if you do... Well, I mean, this is the bot, so it's not like you're doing two things at once. It's only moving in one direction. But if it's only moving left, up, my thing was the blend shapes. But if it's only doing zeros and ones, maybe that's it. Hold on. I think you're onto something. Hopefully. Maybe I'm overthinking it in terms of decimals. Let's give it a go. I'm always open to attempting at things. Let's see. So if we take the direction here and we move direction into set redirection, put direction in there, and this will be a vector 2. Vector VC TOR 2, and this is direction like that, and then match direction like this. The direction, this would be... Can I just do... I think I have to do vector 2 like this. Vector 2, 0, 0. And then up, down would be... If I check the animation tree again, down is... If we click, down is 0, -1. And up is... Or, hold on. Wait, we can check. But I think down... Well, this says... Oh, it says move up. Wonderful. So move up is 0, -1. Let's just move that there. 0, -1. 0, -1. Let's see. Does Godot have vector? It does. It does. You're 100% correct. Let's see. Vector 2. 2 dot up. There we go. Maybe, hopefully that works. Hey, I'm thinking, fingers crossed. Vector 2 dot down. Oh man. So half the time I overcomplicate things. And I'm hoping this is one of those cases. And even if I did waste like an hour or two on, I'll be happy. I'll be happy that now I know for future. Left and right. Fingers crossed. Right. Okay. Does this work? Let us see. I'll go back here to output. Click play. Fingers crossed. Okay, let's see. Oh, hold on. Okay, so right now they're down. So those need to be reversed, but it's working. Can you see the little tiny arrow that's going off? I don't know, but it is working. Oh, never mind. You see how they're looking left? They're looking right, but it's not changing as I push them. It's kind of working in a sense. But you see how it turns left? Which is a little odd. The states are a little odd, but it's better than it was, truth be told. For example, yeah, see how it turns even though they're still moving in that direction? What we can do is print direction, see what we get. We can understand what's going on. Print direction. Okay, run it again. What are we getting? Open these lines. And I'll go ahead and add this guy down here. Hold on. Not that, this. There we go. Okay. So right now, the direction is 0, 1. And my issue was I thought it was decimals, but it doesn't seem to be the case that it is decimals. It seems that it is updating depending on the numbers. Oh, there, the decimals. So when it's decimals, that's the issue I was running into where blend shape. If it's going in these directions, what do you do? And that's why I wanted to work off of animations. Yeah, you may need to normalize the X and Y from the blend tree. We could try that. That way it's giving us even numbers. I want it done to walk diagonal. That was the thing. It kind of makes it look a little less robotic. And what exactly are we trying to figure out? Sure, Risker. Okay, so let me move this guy up here. Yeah, okay. Game capture, and then hold on. If I go from here to here, should show the game. There we go. Oops. Like this. And let me go ahead and mute it as well. It's in my ear and I can't hear my own thoughts. Okay. So the issue is we need the ray cast, the ray that's coming out of the ghost, to follow where they're looking. So they're moving up right now, so the ray cast should move up. But the thing is, because I want the ghost to flow a little bit better, I added blend shapes. But by adding blend shapes, it made everything into decimals. You can kind of see at the bottom, and I can also move this up a little bit and move this down for a quick second. So you can see it's printing out decimals when they're going diagonal. So this should be even. Or not even, but non-decimals because they're moving left. But once they start moving diagonals, it's then decimals. But I want diagonals just because it makes it smoother than if they were a little bit more robotic and left, right, up, down. So let's see, normalize the X and Y. That's what I'm wondering. But maybe we can just have the ray cast depending on the normalization here. But how would we normalize it? You can kind of see they're going diagonal. So how would you count this? Normalize. This was kind of, and that's the thing as well, this is more so a wander state, but they're moving in a direction. And this is fine if it is the, not the follow state, but the wander state. So I guess this kind of works. If it's in follow, then we can just maybe normalize. And I forget what normalize is, but we can double check. So let's see, normalize is, normalize, Godot 4. Normalize, I forget what that is. Well, I mean, it'll tell me in the docs. I can always just go to docs. I always forget. So normalize. And so this is where math comes in handy. But I forget it. That's the thing as well. I went to go learn what math did for games, but then I forget. It's a matter of going back. But normalize is a good catch. So Godot 4 normalize. And if push comes to shove, I can just Google it. So let's see. If I wait for my computer to load, and then I click back onto Godot, it said, Godot, I click back onto you. Unless it freezes, in which case, water break time. Okay. Give it a second, and if it doesn't work, I can always just save and refresh. So I'm really hoping we can at least get the wander mode done. Let's see. Okay, you don't understand what we're trying to do, but you got there. Is there a okay? So the way the ghosts work in wandering, and here I'll show you as well up here, and in concepts to see if we can get here. The issue is if we choose a random direction when they're wandering, they can bump into a wall, and that's where the arrow, the ray casting comes into play. So we want whatever direction they're facing to be an arrow to check to see if there is a wall, so they can detect the collision and turn around. But the issue is we can't get the arrow to point in the direction they're facing. And that's the issue we're running into at the moment, is that it's easy to do if it's even numbers, but it doesn't know what to do if there's decimal points, because then it's not a 1 or a 0 in terms of like Boolean, it's just decimals. And it doesn't know what to do with decimals in terms of figuring out where the ray should go. Why not? What do you mean? Why not in... I did a little bit more elaboration on that. Is this direction changing? And I guess... I don't know. I feel like there could be a way to multiply where the direction is going, since it is just a rotational degree in terms of X and Y. Maybe that's it. Hold on. Direction based off of... rotation based off of direction. You could always just take the number that is closest to -1 or 2. That's what I'm thinking. That's what we're trying to figure out right now, is some sort of normalize to figure it out. That's where the normalize comes into play. That's what I'm led to believe, at least, is that somewhere here we can normalize the direction, and then we can work off of that and choosing where the ray goes. However, I'm not too sure, and what I'm thinking at the moment is, what am I thinking? If I go back into here, I'm thinking direction, Godot 4, direction, turn to rotation. Is there a way to do that? I want to maybe move in direction of rotation. Ready to rotate the movement vector to match the rotation of the object. I want to see, get where, rotation, direction degrees. Play your turn, no. Let's see. You don't know nothing about Godot, so you don't expect you to help me. That's okay, lol, I'm lol. I feel like I've seen that name before. Hi, welcome to streaming. No worries. This is the quote-unquote fun part about dev, is that sometimes things go fast and they go stream and we're rolling, and then sometimes we get stuck in a problem for 3 to 4 hours. So, you know, it's a give and take, but slowly and surely we can do it. And that's what I'm wondering. Where is it at? How to rotate to face a direction. No, I don't need that. I need direction dot angle. Maybe something like this. Vector 2 dot angle to point. Okay, hold on. Direction. There's this thing called direction to angle. And that's what I'm wondering. Can we take the direction and just have it free flow depending on the direction they're looking? Could be interesting, maybe. Here it is. If I go into here, you can kind of see what I'm seeing as Godot decides it wants to freeze. I'll give it a second, but I can kind of show you. Direction equals target position minus position dot normalize. How would you go about rotating? We don't want to rotate the sprite. We want to rotate the arrow. The arrow is checking the collision, so wherever way they're facing. So that's why I'm thinking maybe something like this can work, since this is a vector 2, and then we then we turn the direction into that angle, or that rotation. Could work, may chance, perhaps. And that's why I'm wondering, Godot, let me think, let me develop, let me close it and reopen it. But I think maybe we can just do this, and then depending on the direction of the rotation, that does its thing, and it'll do the math for us instead of playing depending on the up, down, left, or right. Maybe. Fingers crossed. That'd be a lot nicer than depending on the animation. It would just check the actual direction that the sprite is moving in. So instead, for example, if we go back into Godot, down here, I'm thinking we can just crop all of this out and instead have it do collision ray dot rotation equals, and then what did it say? Direction dot angle. So direction dot angle. Maybe? Or perchance, or hopefully, let's see. I'm curious, I am at least curious to see what happens. And the answer to that is not what we want. Let me try rotation underscore degrees. What then? Just checking and seeing. Okay, that works a little better. So if I click back on this, nope. That is not giving us what we're looking for, unfortunately. Which is okay. There was another one that was there, and we can kind of see. And I'm also curious to see what this is printing. Let's see what we're working with. Print direction.angle and play. What does it give us in terms of printing? It gives us this is the direction.angle. And then if I move this way, 0, 0, -7, Kinda, sorta. The console's looking redder than the sun. Close your eyes. You see nothing. This is related to something that's a little buggy right now in Godot in terms of navigation servers, navigation mesh. But there's only 2, and it's because of the navigation. And hi, the one white bean. Welcome to stream. I'm thinking something along the lines can work for this. Just a matter of figuring it out. So it's the direction.angle. Maybe not. Maybe instead it is alternatively angle to point. The links to the help. Lerp. Okay. So cohorts, but rotation is off about 90. Okay. Can you dot sign the angle? What does dot sign do? We can try. Angle dot sign like that. This does, and we can see as well, returns the vector's angle respective to the x-axis or in a radians. So I'm thinking angle 2 returns the angle of the given vector in radians. Angle to point returns the angle between the line connected in the 2 points. Hold on. Maybe we can take the angle 2 in terms of where it's pointing to. Returns -1, 0, or 1 based on positive, negative. To know if Godot does it, I can check. Godot angle direction dot sign. Godot for angle direction sign. What does it say? Can I direct my angle based on animations? Rad 2 degree. I don't think so. From what I'm seeing, seems like from what it's looking like, we might have to do some math. As while doing it the -1, it's gonna look a little funny if they're going direction or diagonal. That's what I'm thinking. Angle 2. We come back to here and look at this. Physics. Oh no, what am I doing here? I don't need to be here. So let's see. Take a look at your answer here, or just this. Okay, so vector 2.angle didn't give us what we wanted. We want the angle to point maybe, but target dot position dot angle to point. So it works well. Just wondering, is there a way to rotate gradually instead? We don't need gradual. We just need angle. And target dot position. The target position minus position. We don't need that. We have our direction. We just need it to point in the direction. Physics is scary. It is. Oh boy. I don't like it one bit. Angle to point. Let's see. Returns angle and radiance between line connecting to 2 points in the x coordinate. You whole man. Let's see. And congratulations, your brain is leveled up to level 5. Level 5 is called I understand this a little bit better. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take what I can get. It's definitely hurting my head. Head hurts. Head hurts so much. And I'm thinking angle to point. One of these returns the angle and radians between. Angle to point returns the vectors angle and radians. Returns the angle and radians between the line connecting the 2 points. I'm thinking angle to where we want to go, right? So maybe instead, as I die for a second all over again. So like every time I think, well, there's a lot of reasons Godot decides, you know what, nah, not today with switching tabs. Maybe we can do something angle 2, or how about rotation equals angle 2 destination, right? Because we have a destination in our navigations manager, we just need to put it in there, I'm thinking. Let me try closing Godot and seeing if that's helpful, as direction seems to not work out, at least a little bit, or unless I do have to do some sort of other math and radians, and oh boy. And that's always the thing, isn't it, with programming? Something sounds simple to do, but then you realize it's not. It's not one bit, is it? Let's go back into Godot. And back into our... Where are we at? Where's our ghost? This is the right cafe, isn't it? Oh, okay. This is our ghost. I was just blind. All right. And back in our wander state, what if instead... Oh, not wander, it's follow. Our collision ray rotation degrees equals the... our navigation agent dot target position. So for example, what we can do maybe is instead do collision dot rotation degrees equals target position, or we can just really do target dot global position, since that also is the position. So target dot global position dot angle 2, like that. And this returns, oh, angle to point, or okay, hold on. Is it vector 2 dot angle 2, or how do we do that? Returns the angle to the given vector in radians. Returns the angle between the line connecting the 2 points. Oh, that's not good. That's more stuff. Illustration of the returned angle. Please, I need the illustration. Okay, vector 2, or angle to point. Okay, we need angle to point, and then vector 2, and then 2. Okay. Hold on. We need angle to point, and then the 2. So if we go back here into our wander, or not wander, our follow, instead what we need is body dot position dot angle to this guy here, and then it's angle to target position. And this will give us the angle we need to go in the direction, I think. But I'm wondering if this needs to be position or dot global position. But I'll do dot global position just in case. And I think this will give us, so this returns the angle to, and that's what I'm wondering. Is this going to be, this isn't radians. Radians is degrees, is it? We'll see. So we'll try first in doing rotation degrees, but rotation. Rotation, it says, is radians. Yeah, rotation in radians. Okay. So you'd be able to do stuff like ray dot target position equals normalized direction vector. We can try that. Let's try this, and then we can try that and say, as I am more than open to suggestions. I need them. SOS immediately. Okay, so we have, oops, wrong screen. This guy here, and then as it moves, that does not work. It kind of looks like it's going opposite, doesn't it? Kind of pointing a little bit differently, but it is not doing what we want it to do, which is interesting. And I'm wondering maybe it's because, oh, I know why. I know why 100%. It's the, what is it? The target dot global position. That is true. Okay, never mind. I don't know why. I take it back. All right, so ray dot target position, normalized direction vector. Direction dot normalized, do you mean? I still have to figure out what normalized direction vector is. Let's cross this out. The rotation, direction, let's see. What are you trying to make them do? Sure. The thing we're trying to do is that we want this arrow to point in the direction that the ghost is facing. The issue is, it's not working. So rad 2 degree angle to angle. Okay, so let's try that direction dot, what was it? Normalize, so ray dot target position. So target position. Let's try the target position idea first, and then we'll try yours, Sean. So target underscore position, or not underscore, target dot global position. So dot normalized. And I still need to know what normalized is. What does this say? Returns the result of scaling the vector in unit lengths. No. Normalized Pythagorean theorem, x squared b squared c squared. Oh man, normalized seems to return a value of vector 2. I believe it's like vector 2 normalized, vector 2 normalized. Hold on. Global position dot normalized. That one might take a bit of work in figuring out, but I definitely will keep it in mind, Escobar, as maybe there's a possibility. This rad 2 degree. So do I do rad? I see. Rad 2 degree. Angle 2? Or it says angle difference. So rad 2 degree. Angle to angle. So then rad 2 degree. Angle to this, do you mean? So body dot global position. Angle to like this, maybe? And then, wait. Let's see. Oops, wrong screen. Always the wrong one, I tell you. Okay, so it's down. No, that doesn't work. And the thing is, when they're going left, we want them to have the arrow left. You can kind of see this is going left. So we want the arrow over here. That's the goal. But you can kind of see the arrows pointing downwards when we're moving. So that guy's over there. I'm wondering as well, why are they standing still? Huh? Hold on. Did we break something while working on something? As this ghost should be moving. It's not moving. The beat is really distracting. Yeah, it's the metronome for the game. It's a rhythm typing game. So the idea is that you have to type to the beat, though, when working on the test and debug, yeah. But welcome, hold on, Camus? Is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. And yes, the idea about, almost Godot phrases. The idea behind the game is that it's a rhythm typing game. So you have to type to the beat to make the food for the customers. It's a spell casting idea. Though in settings, there is a way to turn down the metronome, as I did get that into consideration. But while I'm listening to this relaxing music while also trying to work on the game, yeah, I do agree. It's super distracting, which is why I keep muting it. So let's see. Write something that thing completely breaks the game in the future. That is game dev in a nutshell, and not working. Okay, so let's fix what it is, and you'll likely want to shift the pitch down and avoid the high range. Ah, I think I know what you mean. I'll write that down. Hold on. Let me grab a pen. I think it would be fun to let the player decide what metronome tone they want, because I know some people can't handle high sounds, some people like lower sounds. So let me write that down, as that's nice and handy. Thank you for that one. Let's see. Metronome, gnome, pitch, PCH, change. There we go. I wrote it down. Now I can't forget it, unless I forget where I wrote it at. But I have it right here, so keep it with me. Okay, so let's see. Write something. Yep. Okay, so let's go ahead and crop out all of this. This should set us back to where we were. Click play, mute said thing, and let's see. Okay. Yeah, that's so odd. And if Mario teaches trying hard, typing had a child with a metronome. I've never heard that one before. I've never heard that one before. Let's see. Okay. If you listen to a real metronome, it has a natural click and a low frequency sound. Listen to real samples. I have before. Sometimes, that's the thing. I've heard ones where it's more so like a cowbell tone. Other times it has been high pitched. I really think it comes down to preference. But I have heard ones where it's more like a, it's hard to explain, but more of a deep sound. I have. So let's see. Let's fix why broken? That's the question here. The target is the player. Is it because cowbell sound would work? I tried cowbell, I couldn't find a nice cowbell sound I liked, but things like that, this is more so a temporary metronome sound. All of these sound effects and everything can be changed. It's just what we have to work with right now. But yeah, I do agree changing the sound would be nice. Let's see. For some reason, I think this test zone is what the game is looking at in order to prove where the player needs to be. So for some reason, this area is not the same as the collision shape. So I'm going to change that. I think that's what broke it. Let's see. Have you ever heard of the cowbell from Rhythm Heaven? I've heard of Rhythm Heaven. I want to play it someday, but I've not heard cowbell specifically, unless I have and I forgot. And since Godot froze, I get the good old classic water break. And while it is 4:50, I think another 30 minutes and we can do it, I believe. So we'll stay a little bit after 5 to see if we can get it working. But if not, I'll keep trying to work on it and then we'll continue working on it tomorrow. Instead of working on the screen stuff, as once we get the ghost working for the game, the prototype's done. The screens and all of that stuff can be tweaked once we move past the stage. Right now, it's all about getting the ghosts working since they're the final factor. And then we can kind of work on the visuals and audios and sound once the game itself is working. And since Godot's not working, let me close it again and reopen it. But I really do feel like we're close. And once we do this part of the ghost, move on to the next everything else. So fingers crossed. So let's see. Okay, I didn't miss anything. Good. Okay. What we need to do is that this guy here, this vision guy, I think is making it so that we can't do things. For example, I think if I hide this, will it work then following the player? Nope. Hold on. Honk. Let's see. I'm gonna remove the vision for a second to see if that works. Now let's try again. No. Interesting. Oh, I know why. Hold on. It's because this is like 100, I think. Hold on. And have you ever... Okay, I did read that. Good. Okay. I feel like something popped up. I don't know. Okay, let's see. And no. I did break something and I don't know what it is. Oh boy. Okie dokie. Well, now we have to go back a little bit, or either go back or go front. I'm not too sure yet, but we mute this guy here. It is kind of hard to tell with the relaxing music and everything, but as you can see, the ghost is no longer wanting to cooperate with following around. Look at it go. It's so confused. Maybe Do you think it's the raycast? Hold on. Hold on. Maybe it's the raycast that is making it act up. And the comment you wrote really came to reality. I see. Okay. Maybe it's the raycast that's making it act up. It should only check the border, but let's do this. Does this fix it? It does not. If I go ahead and move this guy, no, it's not the raycast. It just broke. Oh, poor little guy. If I do this, are you still angry? They are. They're very angry. That is a very angry ghost if I've ever seen one. Okay. Raycast disabled. I really do think it's the raycast, but maybe it's not the raycast. This area 2D collision. Oh, is this it? No, this is right. No, this is... Oh, that's not right. Never mind. Hold on. Gotta fix this. Maybe that's why my other stuff didn't work. Something to do with this. something here. And the ghost can't follow. So let's turn on collision shapes, all of those things. Get the debugger working and seeing if we can fix it that way. As I broke something and now it needs to be fixed. That is the life of bug testing and everything. Which is, it's fun. It's sad, but it's fun. So I'll reopen up Godot here. Give it a second to load. Give it a second to think about its life choices as I think about my own. And then vision, collision. Collision should work. I didn't change anything here, which is why I'm wondering why it's now all of a sudden not too happy with what we're doing. And I don't have to touch anything here. I really don't, but I really shouldn't as well. So I'm going to, the raycast is also disabled, so that should help. And if I go into our debug, let's do paths navigation as well. And let's also grab our navigation agent, turn that on as well in debug, and see what this debugger is giving us. And what are we getting? Hold on. Okay. So you can see the arrow isn't able to point. It's just not, it's like the collision that we had is not working again. But even when we stand here, it's still not going towards the player, which is odd, isn't it? It was working just a while ago, and then all of a sudden, you know what, nah, they don't want to work anymore. And I'm thinking maybe it's something to do with the desks themselves not colliding, but I'm telling you, it's one problem onto the next. And I'm not sure, it's gonna take a lot of, I feel like it's gonna take a lot of closing, reopening, and I want it to stay until 20 minutes, but I feel like this itself is gonna take some work. So instead, we'll trip things up here so I can figure out why no work. And we're wrapping things up. I'll recap where we're at, and then what we'll work on. We're working on Ghost tomorrow for sure. Once I get the game working to where it was. In the meantime, though, let me show you the current version of Necrotype Cafe. And then where we're going. I'll go ahead and get rid of the ghost. Ghost is no longer needed. I'll go ahead and press play. Like so. And then I'll go ahead and make this move behind me. Like this. And, oops, hold on. There we go. And this should get bigger. If I do, hold on, there we go. Wonderful, okay. And then I'll turn audio back on since now I can hear myself. And we'll mute that for a second. All right, so the idea behind the game and what we're moving towards is that it is a restaurant sim mixed with a typing rhythm game. And let me turn this down a little bit so I can hear myself think. There we go. That should be a little bit better. The ticking you hear will only happen during the minigame, but the idea or the game loop of the game is that customers will spawn. And once customers spawn, you have to seat the customers. You're in a magic academy, so these are all... I think I broke all of the collision. Oh no! Oh man, well then. Isn't that lovely? I'm telling you, if you check the VOD, it was working a minute ago, but I gotta fix all of the collision. Hold on, let me see. You got a second. Let me see if I can right my wrongs. Oh boy. Oh, that's good at least, right? It tells us it's not a ghost problem, it's an everything problem. If I go back here, okay, hold on. We go back into our collision. Why no work? Let's see. Hope you get a good SRC control and frequent commits. Build Buster. I do have frequent commits indeed. I've been using a what is it called? I've been using GitHub. I've been using GitHub. And yes, I've been saving throughout today's stream, but once we worked on the collision testing for the ghost at least. I haven't saved since then, as I save depending on when we good save points. But yeah, it's no worries. It's gonna work itself out. Okay, so in saying all of that, we have the collision of the world. Check, check. Oh boy. Okay, and in our tile set for our cafe background, I'm thinking it's maybe these guys. We have our physics layer. These are all physics. And if I come out of here, okay, so they're collecting. Okay, you know what? I can just check with the player, can't I? I can do a quick check with the player by if you take a look here. So the player is able to move here. The player is able to move there. So it's not a collision issue, it's a navigation issue. That is what we need to be looking at. Okay, narrowed it down. As Godot decides to narrow itself down. So it's not a collision issue, it's a navigation issue. Since it's a navigation issue, we need to look at the navigation layers. And that is where we're running into issues. The pathfinding is having issues and running a little wonky. And I thought nothing would change since we didn't touch the customer, but that's totally okay. So if we go back into our cafe and go into our navigation, that would be here in our layer 1 and layer 2. We have a layer for ghost and we have a layer for customers. And then up in here in our navigation, if we scroll down, wherever we set the navigation is where the customers can walk onto. We click this guy here and it says navigation. And we have navigation layer 0. They can't walk on the desk, so that's why the navigation layer doesn't happen. But they can walk on the stairs, which is highlighted. They can walk on the floor, which is also highlighted. So all of these guys light up. Here in tabletop, if we check again, the tabletop's navigation is also non-existent, so they shouldn't worry about navigation. So maybe the case is that the navigation of the customer needs to be edited. We can go and check the customer really quickly, and then if we go to our navigation agent, the navigation layer is 1. So it should work. They're all on the same navigation layer. It's always so isn't it? I gotta mess around with this for a little longer. See if I can figure out, as we got the navigation, we got the collision, we started working on the ray casting, then it didn't work. 1 minute to the end, when you check the time, that's what it is exactly, yeah. I was hoping to wrap things up with the ghost, but it seems something's messing up with navigation that I gotta go figure out. I broke something. So that's what I'll be doing the rest of this evening. Yeah, it's evening, it's 5 o'clock now. That's my plan. What are yours? And I wanted to recap and show off what we were doing, but since the game is in a currently broken state, I can't. I'll go back in here. So what we are currently doing, and here on this screen, since it is 5 as well, and I'm not sure how long debugging that's gonna take. But thank you for joining, everyone. Thank you for coming too. Crashing. That's for sure. Crashing, collision, navigation. I did not expect this. But that's half the fun. So tomorrow, instead of working on menus, we'll keep working on Ghost. Like I said, I'll work on it later this evening, or kind of right after. I'm going to take a break so my eyes can refresh, but I'll try to get the navigation working. That way we can continue working on Ghost. And then hopefully by the end of this week, the build prototype for the base game will be out. And then we can start working on things like tutorials, textures, things of that nature. And maybe change the movement stuff when trying to change the ray direction. Maybe. The thing is, customers are also broken. So it's something that's wrong with customers and Ghost. And good luck. Thank you, Sean. I shall need it. 100%. Yeah, this is, Thank you for joining. Thank you for coming, everyone. And I hope you have a good rest of the day. My day is not going to be too good, but who knows? Maybe I'll figure it out in the next hour or so. But with that, I'll see you tomorrow or whenever I see ya. And thanks for coming. And it's always the button. I gotta find the button.